Good morning, County Council. I would like to now call to order this meeting of August 14th, 2025. At this point in time, as you are able, please join us in the standing and singing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct the roll call? Councillor Mackey, Councillor McKay, Councillor Carlton, Councillor Pringle, Councillor McQueen, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Dickert, Councillor Kentner, Councillor Keaveney, Councillor Body, I believe, is joining us later this morning, Councillor Gregg, Councillor Milne, Councillor Dobreen, Warden Matrosovs, Councillor Bourdignon,
Present.
Councillor Eccles, Councillor Hutchinson. We have all members in attendance with the exception of Councillor Body. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And with that, we will proceed to the land acknowledgement. Let us begin by respectfully acknowledging that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of the Three Fires known as the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. And further, we give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, known collectively as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the traditional keepers of these lands and waters since time immemorial. In our south of the county lies the traditional territories of the Six Nations of the Grand River Haudenosaunee. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in a spirit of truth, reconciliation, and friendship with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. At this point in time, I would like to put out a call if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. It is recommended, item 6, it's recommended that the minutes of the County Council meeting and the Committee of the Whole meeting dated July 24th, 2025, and the resolutions contained therein be adopted as presented. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. We do not have any closed session matters here on this agenda, nor reports, so we can move to the bylaws. It is recommended that bylaws 524625 and 524725 be introduced and be taken as read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the warden and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and engrossed in the bylaw book. Number 1, 524625 is a bylaw to adopt amendment number 21 of the County of Grey official plan affecting lands described as part of Lot 75 Concession B being Part 1 Reference Plan 17R531 Geographic Township of Normanby and now in the municipality of West Grey. And number 2 is 524725, a bylaw to confirm all the actions and proceedings of council. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Dickert, seconded by Councillor Pringle. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. On to news and celebrations. The first one that we will highlight will be about the 75th anniversary of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. I would like to make a brief introduction and then pass the floor to Councillor Hutchinson to speak on behalf of the MVCA. The the SVCA, too many acronyms in this territory. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority held a special celebration on Tuesday, July 29th, to mark its 75th anniversary. There were approximately 100 guests in attendance who heard greetings and remarks from MP Lobb and MPP Thompson, and Mayor Mark Goetz and Mayor Milne, and Conservation Ontario was also there with SVCA and GCA and Grey Sauble Conservation Authority. As part of the celebrations, there was a ribbon cutting and a grand opening of the new Formosa Conservation Area located beside the SVCA's administration office. The area is a 24-acre parcel where visitors can hike, snowshoe, and walk all year round, and will serve as a great addition to the Conservation Authority. So Councillor Hutchinson, that sounds very, very exciting indeed. And would you like to provide any further comments?
Well, thank you very much and good morning. Warden, I think you kind of took everything I was going to speak to. I'm going through it, check. But anyways, we do want to thank you for attending. A couple of what we did have, I will say, representation from across the board, all the municipalities that are in the watershed. In addition to that, we did have MPP. We had MP Lopp there, yes, and MPP Lisa Thompson was there. We had some Vickers was not there, sir. No, sir. We had, some past chairs that were there. There was a lot of good speeches. Remember, again, 100 guests. We did do that ribbon cut, which was nice to see. It just another ribbon cut for another extension of conservation. I don't know, what is that, a kilometer in there, or the trail in there? Remember, Barbara? About a kilometer of new trails opened up as well. I didn't walk them because it was subject to a little bit of an injury, so I don't know anybody else took it on, but it was pretty good to see that open as well. Other than that, yes, dog walk. I think you covered everything though, and we do appreciate you and your attendance. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say. I guess they're looking forward to the next 75 years. We'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to a funding announcement. I'd like to call up Director Knabb to come and speak to that.
Good morning, Warden and County Council. I'm pleased to report our community paramedic program is now fully funded through the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Long-Term Care. The Ministry of Health funding has been The Ministry of Health funding has already been considered permanent, and we're pleased to share that the Ministry of Long-Term Care has now confirmed its funding as permanent as well. In addition, annual funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care has increased from 1 million to 1.5 million. This combined support ensures the Grey County Community Paramedic Program is 100% provincially funded, allowing us to continue to deliver high quality care to older adults and the most vulnerable members of our community. I also want to say a special thank you from all of us to County Council for their strong support over the last 10 years. Your commitment ensured that any shortfalls were covered, allowing the program to continue and grow. So thank you. And it's been a really great day to say that now it's 100% funded.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Great way to start the day. And with that, I would like to call up Director Shaw to come and make an announcement about early on.
There we go. Good morning, Council. I just wanted to let everyone know that there are some new childcare spaces and a new early on center in Markdale. The Markdale Kids and Us operates the new Beaver Crest Community School and now includes a before and after school program. The early on Markdale site is also located at this location too, so more convenience. The Child Care Center provides inclusive programs for children aged 13 months to school age in a new inviting space. And there was a grand opening that was held on August 6th. And thank you for those of you that attended.
Very exciting for the Markdale community and beyond as well. It was wonderful to be there, and I must say it was wonderful to bring my granddaughter along too, just to test it out and sample it. Everything looks great. You're really going to enjoy that extra facility. And with that, I'll open it to the county floor. If there are other announcements, we'll begin with Councillor Nielsen.
I'm going to take a step here from Deputy Warden Milne and stand up. Many of you may know that a couple of weeks ago, we did have a minor fire at the Markdale Arena. So it has caused some disruptions, but we all know the Agricultural Society will never be put down by a fire. So the Markdale Fall Fair will continue to happen at the King Edward Park grounds. Everything will be held outside. We're going to be setting up tents, utilizing the library space that's there. So Saturday, August 23rd, Friday night is the ambassador program on the 22nd. Please, anybody can come out. Celebrate with us, because even though a fire happened, we're going to keep on going with the Fall Fair, the 167th Markdale Agricultural Fall Fair. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Good to hear that. And we'll go to Deputy Warden Milne next.
Thank you, Warden. In spite of that event going on, there'll be some high flying in Hopeville on the same weekend, August 23rd, 24th, the Saturday and Sunday. The Hopeville Kite Festival will be in production. I'm not sure exactly, but it's in Hopeville somewhere. If you get to Hopeville, you'll see it. Just look on the horizon, you'll see that. Yeah, south of Hopeville? Okay, it's south of Hopeville. So anyway, you're all welcome to attend, and it's a really cool event. It's not just, you know, the traditional old triangle. They got huge, big kites. I don't know how they get them up in the air, but it's good. It's a really cool event. So you're all invited. Come on down.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brody.
Thank you very much. As everyone knows, Canada has two official sports. The summer official sport is lacrosse and hockey in the winter. We're so blessed to have a really long history of both sports in Owen Sound, but this year the lacrosse teams got pushed out of the arena because of very successful so far remaking of the ice and replacing of the floor, which is going extremely well at the arena. So we want to thank West Grey for hosting our junior lacrosse team this summer. They played down in the arena in Durham. They made the playoffs. And thank Meaford for hosting our senior and major teams, both of which made the playoffs. Major is the best lacrosse in the world. It's like summertime for NHL. The guys that are playing pro in the States in the winter are playing major lacrosse in the summer to win the Mann Cup. Owen Sound had a very young major team that did extremely well, made the playoffs and weren't expected to, and then competed very well with Six Nations, which is built and financed to win the Memorial Cup not Minto, Mann Cup, thank you. Minto's Junior A. So thanks to both West Grey and Meaford for hosting our teams and providing them a home in Grey County. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Good morning, Madam Warden and County Council, and thank you, Councillor Brody. It was our pleasure to host the lacrosse teams. But I just wanted to share that we're one up on Markdale. It's our 168th Fall Fair coming up on August the 30th. Can't believe that we're reaching the end of summer. The heart of the fair, of course, is the livestock shows, beef and dairy, and the sheep show is always a special one. Saddle horse shows and the Junior Calf Club is always a big hit. And there's the curling club will be full of home crafts and gardening, all the big carrots and zucchini and all that sort of thing. There'll be family friendly activities and children's events, and antique cars will be on display. So that's all taking place at our curling club on August the 30th with a 9 a.m. start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll go to Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Warden Mattress, and good morning, County Council. I was privileged to attend yesterday a Women's Institute rally hosted by the Campbell Women's Institute, with 4 different women's institutes in being there for the day. MP Alex Rupp was there as well. And Campbell Women's Institute celebrates 128 years this year. They are the longest surviving women's institute. So it was a pleasure to be there.
Excellent. And we'll go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Madam Warden and County Council. Maybe back to me for maybe they didn't count the first year for the fair, so maybe we're equal. Moving on, and I just wanted to say that we, as Grey Highlands Ram Rodeo, has completed 5 years of the event. And total amount that was raised was $196,800 that has gone into the Markdale Hospital Foundation, which is more than what we committed to was 180. So I want to thank the sponsors. I want to thank the volunteers. I want to thank even the people that, who came out and our staff who made it an event that was successful. So again, a big thank you for that. And it helps support. And council also has committed to have it host the Ram Rodeo again for next year.
Thank you. And to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, County Council, guests. I wanted to just thank the Warden for coming to the Saugeen Valley Children's Safety Village last weekend for its barn raising ribbon cutting. The Grey Federation and Bruce Federation of Agriculture has been fundraising to expand the agricultural education and safety section of the Children's Safety Village. If you haven't been to the village, it really is a remarkable place for young and the young at heart, although we can't get into the little carts. So I did want to mention a big thank you that was extended by the village, the Children's Safety Village, to Grey County for its continued support of a multi-year sponsorship. So it is, every time I go to this village, there's something new and something exciting. It's a great learning opportunity for our youth. It is free for youth to attend. The schools need only support it through transportation, and they often get sponsorship. So thank you, County Council, for its continued support of the village.
Okay, thank you. And looking around the horseshoe, we'll go to Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you and good morning again. I just want to follow up with Councillor Milne regarding the Kite Fest. You can go to the South Grey Chamber of Commerce website to get all the mapping and details are on there. Also, I want to announce that Saturday, September 27th, the Durham Hospital Foundation we're chasing a $1.2 million asset enhancement to the Durham Hospital. It's an new X-ray suite. We're holding an AC/DC tribute band called Thunderstruck. So tickets are available. You probably go to the Durham Hospital Foundation and get a hold of me, but we have tickets for sale for that. Then all proceeds are for the new X-ray suite in the hospital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think, okay, well, I will just conclude with the youngest fair, which is only 153 years. So we have a lot of catching up to do with you, but the Beaver Valley Fall Fair will come on September 5th and 6th. Let me see, the Friday and Saturday of that weekend, September 5th and 6th, I believe it is. And so hopefully that doesn't conflict. Everybody can attend all of them if they like. And we will be having that at our Beaver Valley Community Center in Thornbury. And of course, with the Morrow Park right next door, it's a great indoor, outdoor, rain or shine activity. We'll have lots going there and expect lots of good entries coming into all the creative categories. Okay, so with that, then, there is one more then. Councillor Eccles.
I just couldn't let it pass. The Durham Fall Fair is on August 29th to 31st. In doing a lot of research, we have found that at least the first 5 years of the Durham Fall Fair were not recorded. So this is the 165th that's recorded. So we're usually about 170. So yes, we're taking the gold medal. We are the number one. The Durham Fall Fair is on the August long weekend, or September 1st long weekend. Thank you very much. Very similar to a lot of other with the horse show, in-house activities and whatnot, but Friday, Saturday and Sunday activities there. So come to what we understand to be the longest running fall fair in Grey County.
Oh. Okay, and now I see the deputy warden has raised his hand.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I think it's fair to say that Dundalk is 168 years, but the first 10 years of that fair were not recorded. So the weekend after Labor Day, come on down to Dundalk and enjoy the fair. It's been there a long time. A fairly long time.
Thank you very much. And I suppose if we were able to speak to Clark, the pig from Clarksburg, he might challenge how early things were starting ahead of the Beaver Valley Fall Fair over in what was Collingwood Township at the time. So what I can say is, wow, look at the impact that agriculture has had on the tradition and the years and the decades and hundreds of years that makes up the very fabric of who we are in Grey County. So with that, I will call a motion to adjourn. May I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor DeBreen, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. We will now carry on, give a few moments to switch over the technology before our committee of the whole. Okay, thank you very much. I'd now like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of August 14th, 2025. At this point in time, I'll ask if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing none, we will move through business arising from the minutes. Seeing nothing, we will go. Then we have three different delegations under section 4. So we're going to, and each one will be shared virtually. So we will go to the screen to, first of all, we'll call upon Ms. Cassidy, who will be presenting with regards to BCom. And I believe the clerks will bring her online so we can all have a look on our screens.
Sorry, good morning. I'm just going to get my video up here.
Good morning, Ms. Cassidy.
Good morning.
And
everyone can hear and see me?
Yes, we can. And as you know, you have 10 minutes to make your deputation. At that point, at your conclusion, I'll look around the room and see if we have any questions for you. So you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Warden and respected members of council. Thank you for taking the time to read and consider all the feedback from surrounding neighbors. Those that will have to live with this development if allowed to proceed, and those who clearly oppose. I'm here speaking not only on my behalf and my family's behalf, but on theirs as well. I hope you have all had a chance to read and review the many letters submitted that were not included in this staff report. You have read many concerns about noise, traffic, environment, and concerns of who will be able to police these events and ensure they are operating as stated, especially late into the evening. What this comes down to with respect to this meeting is whether it is an appropriate place for this type of growth and development under the Planning Act. Based on everything you have heard and read, having a 365-day event venue, essentially mainly for weddings and amplified music and extended noise times, right next door to residential houses makes this area entirely not the right place. The municipality of Grey Highlands just voted against this on June 18th. To summarize, this site is not surrounded by farmland. It's surrounded by residential properties. People live here and conduct their lives here. A simple Google search turns up 8 homes within a few hundred meters of this proposed site and many more within a kilometer. Please consider if any of you would be okay with having this right beside your home, and please vote accordingly. Noise studies are incomplete. The tests completed are simulated and not an actual representation of how noise will travel. To do this, the company that did the study would have had to have set up smart smart microphones to monitor the sound on neighboring properties. To my knowledge, this was not done. I can say this with confidence because my husband has a sound engineering degree and we own an audio production company and often have to monitor sound levels at events. A blanket change to the noise bylaw extended to these times is ridiculous and unfair to surrounding residents and seems to be a contradiction to the eco-friendly venue that is being proposed. The current bylaw states that the loud operation of vehicle, home radio, stereo, or alike at a level to disturb others and can be heard at a loud level more than 50 feet from the source is prohibited. There would be very limited employment opportunities for local businesses as companies hired for events can be from anywhere and will likely be someone that the event host knows and trusts. Tourism will not be bolstered as attendees will come to site, make noise and pollution, and leave to go to their homes outside of the area. Increased tourism should not be considered in major residential areas. It should be directed towards city centers. There are 2 destination wedding venues within the immediate area and an additional 10 within a 20-kilometer drive of those seeking a natural inspired event venue. There are also many Airbnbs as well as the Gandhi glamping across the street for those who are looking for a quiet retreat. Limiting size and scale is smoke and mirrors. 50 people can make just as much noise as 95, and 12 occasions per year with 95 people is every weekend in the summer when this would be most desirable. The additional trails that guests would be permitted to access is very concerning as there is high potential for ecological damage under little supervision. Trespassing to neighbor properties, despite signage, will be inevitable. Noting there is hunting in this area and guests would likely be unaware of those rules and regulations. On-site porta potties being considered for 3 years should not be an option, and it is a red flag given the owner's history of non-compliance and unwillingness to consider the temporary use bylaw. As noted, the subject application falls outside of OPA 23 policy, the OPA 23 policy, and should not be considered on that basis given the amplified noise to be endured for extended hours, exceeding the maximum area, even when including trails, the number of guests allowed all year long in a very residential area. The subject application is not small or recreational and is no comparison to OPA 23. Regarding OPA 22, the application states there will be 95 people per event on a 40.76 hectare property. This is misleading as only 1.05 hectares are actually proposed for use. The remainder consists of significant woodland and wetland that will remain largely unused. This results in the actual density of over 9,040 people per kilometer squared, which far exceeds the rural density standard of 400 people per kilometer squared. Such density contradicts the definition of resource-based recreational use and effectively reclassifies this operation as a commercial property. Finally, I'd like to reiterate this is a rural residential area with many surrounding residents that consists of young families, retired couples, and vacation homes. It is not the appropriate place for a commercial venue of this size. I'd like to take just another moment of your time to show you how close in proximity this proposed development is to my home, as well as my neighbors. I'm currently standing on my neighbor's property and have been given permission from the Vanries, and I'm well within their property line. Just behind this fence behind me is one of the proposed parking lots, cabin, tent, and tent camping areas. It is in very close proximity to my neighbor's front door and to our house and our bedroom window, which is within 200 feet to the west behind the Vanry residence. So this site currently has some yurts and a bathhouse that are already constructed. I'd like to just mention once more that I am within the property line and I am not trespassing. There is a yurt just right here, another bathhouse here, and a yurt platform just here. This is my neighbor's front door. And just beyond that, as I mentioned, to the west is my home, my husband's home, and my 2-year-old son's home. Our bedroom window also faces to the east towards the proposed development, which is quite concerning to us in regards to the noise bylaw extension that's being requested. I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to the concerns of this quiet, rural residential neighborhood, and I ask you to vote against this proposed development.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cassidy. I'll just give you a moment to find your spot and I'll look around the room to see if there are any questions. And I am not seeing any online or here in the chamber. So thank you again for presenting your material for us this morning for our consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you. And we will now okay, so next up, we do have Ms. Janssen Grieve, but we don't see her yet logged on. So what we can do is we can move on to Ms. Loft, who is presenting on behalf of BCOM Incorporated, and we'll keep an eye out for participation from our third deputation. So good morning, Ms. Loft. We have everybody here in the chamber and virtual. So again, if you will have 10 minutes, and then at the end of that, I will take a moment to look around the room to see if there are any questions for you. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you. So I do have a PowerPoint and I understand from staff that I am to present. So I'll just share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good morning to Warden Matrosovs, to County Council, as well as staff. My name is Christine Loft of Loft Planning Inc., and I am representing the landowner, BCOM Inc. The owners are online as well as in the audience today, and this delegation is related to Official Plan Amendment 22. I am going to run through the slides fairly quickly just because I have quite a few slides in 10 minutes. So we are delegating today in order to provide County Council an overview of the proposal and to provide the updates that have been made from the original proposal in response to the comments received at the statutory public meeting, and ultimately to request that County Council approve the official plan amendment and allow the daily details of the operations to be dealt with through the implementing zoning bylaw amendment before the municipality of Grey Highlands. The property is known as 466615 12th Concession B within the municipality of Grey Highlands. The lands are rectangularly shaped and located on the north side of the 12th Concession B. The lands are 40.76 hectares in lot area with a lot frontage of 343 meters. There are existing structures on the property, including a dwelling, and accessory structures. The lands are surrounded to the north by woodlands and agricultural lands, to the east with woodlands, rural lands, and rural residences. To the south are residences associated with Lake Eugenia, as well as extensive woodlands. And to the west are woodlands, rural lands, and a number of rural residences. The lands are regulated by the Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, and specifically the area at the front of the property, which we're proposing to redesignate, are regulated. With respect to the proposed venue use and accommodation use, there would be a proposed maximum of 95 guests permitted on site at any event. The proposed zoned and designated area is limited in area, And the proposed zoning would build upon existing zoning by way of exception 043, which I'll speak about, and I know staff spoke about in their staff report as well. And so there are existing permissions on site for a health spa and for 4 trailer campsites as well as the dwelling. The lands are designated rural, wetland, and hazard, and the purpose of the official plan amendment is to amend Schedule A and to change the designation of the subject lands from, on a portion of the property, from rural to the rural site-specific designation. And as you will hear within the county staff report, the specific policy area will be limited to 1.05 hectares, and the site-specific policy will permit an additional permitted use being an event venue. The county official plan provides that the rural areas will permit the consideration of resource-based recreational uses and other appropriate rural land uses, so long as they do not impact agriculture, forestry, aggregate extraction, or the natural environment. And the official plan also provides that the rural land use type offers flexibility for lot creation, economic development, tourism, residential, and recreation. And it also provides that while there is greater flexibility in the rural land use type, farming and resource uses are still to be given priority for protection. And I would just provide that I've provided a planning report as well as an addendum, and certainly all of the policies within the rural designation have been provided in those reports and provide opinions. With respect to the site plan, so this is a conceptual overview, and I've zoomed in just on the area that in part is proposed to be redesignated. So starting at the front lot line, and I guess because I'm presenting, I can sort of point, but at the front of the lot, of course, is the main entrance, and from the main entrance in is the existing residence, which is on the left-hand side and is in red. Moving down is a small parking area in yellow and labeled as parking. There's the hall, which is the proposed area as the event venue, and I'll show you photos in a minute. There is an existing pool on site. This purple area is the proposed septic system, and while this is conceptual, we have had Capes Engineering size it, so we expect that shape and size is accurate. And then a parking area, there is the cabin tent area, and we've sort of shown in green the proposed tent sites, and as well as some additional parking towards a little closer to the back of the property and back of this designated area. And I would just note that this dark blue hashed line is actually the 30-meter setback from the wetland and the hazard lands as identified within the environmental impact study. I have a few quick slides to show. So this is just a photo from the entrance looking into the site, and you can see the existing house on the left. You can see the hall in the foreground, and then the pool is actually just beside the hall area. 2 photos of, and you just saw them on the previous delegation, but there are existing platforms and yurts on site as part of the existing approvals of the site. This is actually a photo of the hall on the left, a visual, and then an interior shot on the right-hand side. And then on the left, just a small area showing where wedding vows would be held. And on the right, just a photo of the pond area. This is the existing dwelling, and there are existing permissions in the zoning for a health spa as well as accommodation within that existing dwelling. And then a fire pit, which exists today and just located just in close proximity to the existing house. What is before County Council today is the official plan amendment. However, we are asking Council to approve the official plan amendment based on the details being provided within the implementing zoning bylaw. So I just wanted to provide an overview of those details. So the zoning bylaw does include a specific special events definition, as the zoning bylaw currently does not include a definition. So the definition before municipal council will be special events shall include the holding of an assembly of persons for the purpose of health and wellness retreats, educational events, corporate or business retreats, weddings, and other similar gatherings. And in terms of general provisions, total maximum number of guests on site at any given time, 95 persons per event for 12 events a year. And a total maximum number of guests on site at any given time being for 50 persons, which would be unlimited number of events per year. Events could be held then January 1 through December 31st, so all year annually. And then operations, Friday to Sunday events ending at 11:30 p.m. and weekday hours of operations Monday through Thursday ending at 11 p.m. So I have highlighted these in red because these have been changes that have been made since the initial submission in response to comments received at the public meeting. And with respect to on-site accommodation, there's a maximum of 5 guest cabins and a maximum of 7 guest tents proposed, which just in terms of persons would be 34 guests. And then guest accommodation is 16 guests, and that is within the existing house. And there are existing approvals for guests within that existing house. A number of technical reports have been completed, planning report, as well as the draft amendments provided, and we provided addendum reports, a servicing report, an environmental impact study, a noise assessment has also been completed and has been peer reviewed. And while I won't go through the details of the technical studies, I did just want to provide that, again, the lands are regulated by the Conservation Authority. The Conservation Authority did review the environmental impact study and did provide comments on May 21, 2024, that the Conservation Authority has no objections to the proposal for the described zoning bylaw amendment application or the associated development. A noise assessment was completed, and the county actually had the noise assessment peer reviewed on October 22nd, 2024, the peer review was completed and concluded that the proposed venue can be compatible. They did provide recommendations, and we would agree that these recommendations are included within a site plan agreement, which of course would be typical. And it is proposed that, and the noise assessment did include this, that an administration policy and management plan be implemented by the landowner. And we actually have provided staff with a draft of what that policy would look like. A number of other considerations, of course, were made, traffic and traffic movements. A traffic impact study was not required as the anticipated traffic volumes are reasonable and serviceable by the existing road network. Refuse will be stored appropriately, covered on site and within designated areas. An operational agreement would be provided to each organizer of events and would be mutually signed, so they're aware of the rules and the limitations on site. And there will be on-site staffing at all times during event, representing the landowner and ensuring that the rules and regulations are met. Those are my comments, and on behalf of the owners of BCOM Inc., we would ask the County Council approve the proposed official plan amendment before you. BCOM wishes to establish and operate a successful and meaningful business that benefits both the municipality and the county. We have appreciated all of the work that municipal staff and county staff have put into this, and a lot of hours and time have been spent listening to the consideration that we did here at the public meeting, and following the public meeting, additional ratepayer comments. So we do feel that we have listened to the comments. We've made significant changes to the proposal and feel that all of the recommendations provided within the technical reports can certainly be implemented through the zoning bylaw amendment, through a site plan agreement. We are proposing a holding provision on the zoning before municipal council with regard to entering into a site plan agreement. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Loft. At this point in time, I will look around the chamber to see if there are any questions from council members. I'm going to go to Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Warden. Just one question for clarity regarding the number of persons on site. The 95 is the guests, and I'm just assuming that that does not include the number of staff that'll be required, the band itself, event coordinators and organizations.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Loft?
Through you to the counselors. So the 95 persons, it includes guests. So that would include anyone at the event and anyone staying overnight. It's a total number of persons on site as part of the event. You are correct. It obviously does not include a person that's there overseeing the event or band members, which I would expect to be fairly minimal. But I think it's a good question, and I know it was raised at municipal council, and I didn't have a chance to answer that day, but it is the total number of people that would be on site at the event, including those staying overnight there. Thank you.
Okay, it will go over to Councillor McKay.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Warden. Sounds to me like, was there a business there at one time? That's my only question.
Ms. Loft?
Thank you. Through you to the counselor. So there are existing zoning permissions on site that include a wellness facility within the existing house. It also did allow for overnight accommodation within the house, and it also included limited tent and trailer permissions on site. I'm not actually sure to the extent of those operations, but certainly those are the permissions that are on site. I have been on site, and certainly those portions exist, and the house internally was certainly set up for a wellness center. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look around the room. And I'll go to Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Loft. Couple of questions. One of them is on the 30-meter wetland setback. I can't tell you what page that's on, but it had the parking, the hall, the pool, the colored one, and it's the blue line. It's a 30-meter setback, but it goes right through the pond area. I'm slightly confused on, we've got a setback but it's right in the middle of the pond. Any explanation on that?
Ms. Loft?
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to County Councillor Eccles. So first of all, we are meeting all of the setbacks to the wetland designation. And so if the wetland designation, I'd have to pull up the mapping, but it doesn't necessarily include the pond area. The pond area is likely within the Conservation Authority zones considered hazard. So we are meeting the requirements of the wetland designation.
Okay, and I'll look around to see if there are any other questions. Oh, the follow-up from Councillor Eccles.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess maybe the pond's not considered the wetland, it's just considered wet. My second question was somewhat similar to Councillor Nielsen's. 95 people or 95 guests on site for 12 times a year, 50 people on site at any time, 365, I guess we could have that. So those 12 times of the year, are those 95 in addition to the 50, making it 145 for 12 times a year?
Ms. Loft?
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to Councillor Eccles. So we are proposing, so originally the proposal was for 95 persons per event, but in listening to the comments received, it was decided by the landowners that really 12 events per year at the 95 persons was reasonable in terms of the operations. They certainly do not expect to have multiple events of that size a week, and that if you were holding an event of that size, then people would want to be there the day before to set up and the day after to tear down, And so it's certainly reasonable that there only be 12 events a year at the 95 persons. And with respect to the 50 persons, that would, the intent would be that those 50 persons would be, it's obviously a much smaller event, that it would be held in the hall, and that those may be throughout the year. So they could be within inclement weather, because the event would be held within the hall only and limited to 50 persons per event. So if like basically only 12 events a year can be at the 95 persons on site at any given time. Should the owner wish to have within the same week a 50 persons event, they could do that, say on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, a corporate retreat, a birthday party, a wedding shower. So there could be multiple events a year. However, the 95 persons per event would be limited to 12.
Okay, thank you. I have a question from the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Ms. Loft, for the presentation. How did you, or how did the proponent come to the number of 95? Like not 94, not 96, 95. How did you come to that one? Please.
Thank you.
Ms. Loft?
Thank you. Through the chair to the county councillor. It is the occupancy of the hall.
Okay, thank you. I'll look around for any further questions. I'm not seeing any here. We'll go to, that's Madam Clerk, that's not Councillor Bourgnon's hand, right? That's just the cursor. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so it looks like we've come to the conclusion of the questions for you, Ms. Loft. Thank you very much for presenting and for sharing your materials.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, then we will move on to items to determine requiring separate discussion listed in section 6. We have 5 different items. Are there any items there that any county council members wish to pull? We'll go to Councillor Body.
I'd like to discuss 6D and E separately. We'll be passing and supporting, but just think they need to be highlighted. Thanks.
Sorry, I'm just getting some messages there. Sorry, could we just take a 5-minute break, please? We just need a chance to coordinate some process questions that are coming across the table here. So we'll just take a brief 5-minute break, please. If I can invite all the county members, committee of the whole members back to their table, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, committee of the whole members. We sorted our questions here at the table out, and I'd like to be able to begin again then with item number 5, determination of items requiring separate discussion. So, Councillor Body?
Yeah, the questions that I had actually are pretty simple, and they got answered just in the break there, so I don't need to have those pulled from the consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items through A through E that wish to be pulled, that the committee of the whole members wish to pull? Okay, so seeing none then, and then I will then put out the recommendation is that the following consent agenda items be received, and that staff be authorized to take actions necessary to give effect to the recommendations in the staff reports, and that the correspondence be supported or received for information as recommended in the consent agenda. So with that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Carleton, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so that allows us to move on to items for separate discussion, and we have 6, 7, we have a number of different items here. So we are going to begin with item 7A. Just to get it onto the floor, then I will look for if there's a mover and a seconder for the recommended motion that report PDR CW 5225 regarding OPA 22 BCom Inc. Highland Estate be received, and that the official plan amendment 4208180 OPA 22 BCom Inc., also known as Highland Estate, which proposes a site-specific exception to the rural designation to permit a special events venue on approximately 1.05 acres, legally described as part lot 33, Concession 13 in the geographic township of Artemisia, now in the municipality of Grey Highlands, be supported, and that staff be directed to prepare a bylaw for approval by County Council. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carlton. It's now on the floor for discussion. And with that, then I would like to invite Ms. Hillier to come to the lectern to make her presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, County Council. Before I get started today, I just wanted to acknowledge all of those individuals who provided input into this file that we're reviewing here today. Over the past year, we've had numerous public comments come in with regards to this development. I have reviewed all of them. In particular, just before between the time of having written the staff report and presenting here today, we did receive a number of new comments that have come in to myself and to our clerk staff. To my knowledge, all or most of those have been circulated to our council members. I have personally reviewed all of those. And the ones that we see on our consent agenda today were those individuals who had specifically requested that their comments be read or presented out to council today. So that was the reason that those comments were listed on the consent agenda, whereas others were not on the agenda. But I did just want to reassure everyone that those comments have been reviewed and acknowledged and certainly considered as part of this recommendation for the development as a whole. So with that, I can launch into things here. So Ms. Loft did a great job presenting a bit of an overview of this file, which was excellent. I am going to take a little bit more time with this one today, just acknowledging, some of the discussions and challenges with this file. The recommendation that we're presenting here today is certainly not something that I've taken lightly. There have been just numerous discussions between myself and Grey Highlands planning staff, with the applicant, with members of the public. So this really has been quite a complex process, and certainly one of the more challenging files I've worked on during my time with the county. So as Ms. Loft noted, we've got a county official plan amendment, OPA 22, to establish a special events venue for hosting events, weddings, retreats, other types of smaller functions, potentially family reunions, small classes, those types of things. The property is around 40.5 hectares in size, just over 100 acres or so. Currently features that single residential dwelling and accessory structures. Some of those accessory structures include a historic hangar on the property, as well as a building that would be converted to that hall function for accommodating events. The lands have frontage on 12th Concession B in Grey Highlands, and the surrounding land uses largely include forests, wetlands, and other smaller residential parcels to the south. As one of the commenters today had noted, the municipality of Grey Highlands has also recently approved a 10-unit glamping facility on a property just south. So this is the subject property here. This little cleared area towards the bottom is, sorry, I'm not sure, you can't actually see my cursor. The cleared area towards the bottom of the site is where the event function would be held. And then the property just to kind of kitty corner there, the larger one south of 12th Concession B is where that glamping facility has been approved. So just to zoom in a little bit closer here, you can see towards the road, we've got the dwelling that exists that would be used for that short-term accommodation purposes for guests. We've got that central parking area. Towards the back, you can see a little structure right at the top of the screen there. That's the historic hangar. One of the changes that has been proposed or has come about as a result of some of the comments from the public and some of those studies that we reviewed is initially events were going to be held, or there was an option for events to be held within that hangar structure as kind of a live music type of venue. The noise studies we personally felt were going to be too impactful for the natural environment. And so we did request with the applicant that be removed from the event portion. So that is no longer contemplated within the OPA, and that structure has been removed. So all of the amplified noise would be held within the hall structure, which is sort of in the central portion of that treed area there. These are older photos, so you can't see the building at this point. And then sort of to the left of that treed area would be where the short-term accommodation uses would be. So just as some additional background here, the lands are designated as rural, hazard lands, and provincially significant wetlands in Schedule A of the county's official plan. It's also designated as a core area. So for those who aren't aware, our core area are areas within the county that we see as being the most ecologically significant, because they often overlap with our significant wetlands and our significant woodlands, and they provide a very contiguous area of species habitat. And so from that perspective, from the beginning, one of the public interests here is really that protection of the natural environment. And so we did request from the beginning that an environmental impact study be conducted at the site, which has been done and reviewed by our planning ecology staff in-house. The event buildings are predominantly located within existing cleared areas of the property. As noted, just if we scroll back one, that kind of pocket of trees right in the middle, a portion of that is proposed to be cleared for a future septic system, which would connect the event hall as well as all of the accommodation uses. So everything would be run on a central septic system, which would, have the impact of kind of consolidating the septic and, kind of preventing potential future impacts with the surrounding wetland feature, for example. So along with the county official plan amendment, as Ms. Loft noted, a zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted to Grey Highlands. Both of these applications have been reviewed concurrently by county and municipal staff. The zoning proposal in front of Grey Highlands at the moment would permit the proposed special event use, as well as overnight guest accommodations. So that includes a maximum of 5 guest cabins, 7 tent sites, accommodation for up to 14 guests in existing structures, and a total of 41 parking spaces. As Ms. Loft noted, there is already zoning permissions in effect for the health spa use on this property. Just looking at the Highlands zoning bylaw, it doesn't seem that that's a particularly well-defined term within their zoning bylaw. But just noting, it does have that existing kind of commercial permissions already in effect. The rationale for the OPA here, when we were looking at this file initially, we didn't have any policies in effect within our official plan to kind of give an easy response to whether or not this should be permitted or not. And we kind of had chatted internally about whether or not we could squeak this under the definition of a resource-based recreational use, noting, the kind of rationale for connecting the event with the surrounding natural environment. Ultimately, county staff felt that this didn't quite meet the definition of a resource-based recreational use. We didn't feel that events by their very nature relied on access to the natural environment. And so we did request that a county official plan amendment just to add an additional level of review to the file. I would also note that that's a slightly different planning opinion than Grey Highlands staff had at during the initial phases. So they did not request an official plan amendment to the Grey Highlands official plan. So with some of the feedback that's come out of the public process, one of the main concerns were, okay, if you permit this event use now, what are the chances that this is going to scale up in future? And so on the left side of the screen here is the original Schedule A. And so you can see that hatched red area towards the southern portion of the property there. So it was originally about 2 hectares in extent that we had kind of said, yeah, the event venue space can go in this general area. But as we really started honing in on some of those public comments and really tightening up the definition of what actually falls within that category of a special event, we really wanted to hone in on, what are the areas of the property where that event venue could function and would be covered with the OPA. And so we've scaled that back to 1.05 hectares, which is about half of that original proposal that had initially been circulated out to the public. The hangar area has also been excluded within that designation area, so all of that amplified sound would again be located within that enclosed hall structure. Just so we're on the same page, the wording for the special event venue within the current draft OPA is, so for the purposes of this use, a special event venue shall be limited to an event hall servicing areas, so including the septic system, toilet facilities, the parking area, swimming pool, and outdoor ceremony area. In terms of the development process and timeline, so this is again come up understandably by members of the public is to say, Great Highlands is approving something and the county is approving something, but we don't understand really who's doing what and who's kind of responsible for what. So I just wanted to understandably, there's some complexity with the planning process, and I just wanted to take a moment to kind of talk through kind of what the process has been so far and what the remaining steps are in this process. So probably, more than 2 years ago, we started out with the pre-consultation process, and I will acknowledge that there were some bylaw concerns with this property. I understand that the applicants during the course of COVID had started operationalizing the event venue without the proper permissions in place. And a bylaw did get involved within Grey Highlands, and I don't sort of know the full specifics of that. But that was kind of when Ms. Loft was involved, and really we started to kind of hone in on a path of, okay, can we provide a route forward to begin legalizing this use? And so in that respect, we are considering this as a new use. Even though they may or may not have been running for a certain period of time, we don't kind of give credit to that. This is kind of, we're talking about from the ground up here. We're considering this as really a new use. So following the pre-consultation process, which I identified the types of studies that would be required, the applicant submitted a zoning bylaw to Grey Highlands, and county staff advised them that the official plan amendment would be required as well. So they did submit an OPA to the county. The applications were deemed complete by both Grey County and the Grey County and the municipality, and were circulated to all neighbors. The Planning Act stipulates that all neighbors within 120 meters of the property should be notified. We actually took it upon ourselves to increase that circulation to double that to 240 meters. Just noting that this is something that, neighbors are going to want to have a say on. And I felt that was important to make it known that this application was occurring. We had lots of comments that were received during that commenting period. We did have a public meeting. And since that public meeting, the applicants have been working to redefine that application and the proposal of what's being put forward here today. Eventually, we got to a point where we had felt, to the best of the applicant's capacity and our capacity, we have reasonably addressed most of those public comments and concerns. A staff report was prepared by the Grey Highlands planner. It was brought to Grey Highlands Council for a recommendation on whether to support the county official plan amendment. That was ultimately a lost vote by Grey Highlands. No further resolution was provided to county council or staff at that stage, but just noting that it would appear that Grey Highlands did not support the OPA at that stage. So here we are today in front of county council. We are looking for how to move forward with this application. Following any decision today, it would come forward for a future decision on the OPA bylaw, and it would still need to go back to Grey Highlands for a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment. Following all the appeal periods, the applicant would then have to go through a site plan approval process where we would come up with conditions that would need to be put in place for with regards to the site design and operationalization. And only after that has been signed and sealed and put in place that the applicants would then have the opportunity to apply for building permits. And from my understanding, that includes any retroactive building permits that would be required to permit some of these structures that were built without a building permit. So in terms of supporting work, we have received a planning justification report, a servicing study, a noise study, which, as Christine noted, included a peer review process, as well as an environmental impact study. Christine also took you through a few photos of the property, but just to reiterate, here are a few. So we've got the single detached dwelling in the top photo. On the right, we've got some of those tent platforms that existed during the time of a site visit. In the bottom left is kind of one of those glamping cabin / tent facilities. So everything is mostly movable and kind of temporary in nature. I do understand that some of these structures may have been built within that required setback in terms of zoning, and so these would be relocated should this move forward and as a requirement of the site plan process and the zoning process. So the bottom left is a picture of the inside of the hall structure. So it is fully enclosed, but there are sliding doors that go up and down to offer guests the opportunity to access the outside space. Those would be closed at a certain time in the evening to make sure that all noise is contained within the structure. On the left side there, they are proposing a small outdoor ceremony area within the forested area. And there's just some pictures of the parking area. So if we go back to basics of under the Planning Act, of course, we look at all of these areas of public interest or provincial interest, I should say. But I've highlighted a few that I think are most important to speak to today. So the protection of ecological systems, including natural areas, features, and functions. As noted, there's a lot of natural heritage on and around this property. And so this was a core concern for us. We did request that environmental impact study from the beginning. Part of the review for that was making sure noise impacts were reviewed as part of that study as well, and potential impacts on wildlife habitat as well. So we've got our human neighbors, but we've also got our animal neighbors, and that's part of something we need to consider as planners. H.1 I was the adequate provision and distribution of educational, health, social, cultural and recreational facilities. So I think, the Planning Act really recognizes we do need these spaces for our cultural celebrations, and that's important. And I'm sure there's a moment in everyone's lives where you've wanted or needed to go to a facility of this type of nature. And so there's always a question of where do we put these and what's the best opportunity for them. K is the adequate provision of employment opportunities. And, it's not like we're creating 20 full-time opportunities for work here, but there are a lot of knock-on opportunities for small-scale entrepreneurs involved in the event industry, whether it's caterers or musicians or event planners. Those are all part of our rural economy and needs to be considered here as well. And finally, just the appropriate location of growth and development. And I think this is the core consideration here is this a good place for this type of development? And, I rack my mind asking myself, where is the best location for this type of development? If we put it in our settlement area, we're going to get lots of neighbors that are upset about that. If we put in our agricultural areas, it's taking away from our agricultural land. If we put in our rural areas, it's not great from a natural heritage perspective. If we put in our industrial areas, no one really wants to celebrate there. So, there's not always a great answer to this, and it's something that we really worked through on this file. So under the provincial planning statement, the PPS supports resource-based recreational uses in rural areas. Again, staff felt that this wasn't quite a good fit for this particular land use, and so we looked more at other rural land uses as the category that we were investigating. So, as part of under the PPS, we are required to evaluate the impacts on agricultural operations, natural heritage, servicing considerations, traffic impacts. And, this is not an agricultural area. There's really no prime ag lands around here. There's few or no agricultural operations because it really is more of a rural forested area. And, those other aspects have certainly been investigated throughout this process as well. And under the Grey County official plan, So at the time OPA 22 was submitted, again, there weren't a lot of policies kind of in place that had a natural way of framing this event use or under the county's official plan. Again, we didn't feel it was a great fit under the resource-based recreational use policies. So we largely did rely on a lot of those overarching policies from the provincial planning statement to kind of frame how or why this should be used here. I will note that in May 2025, County Council did approve OPA 23, which would permit a small scale special event venue up to 0.8 hectares on a property of this size without the need for a county OPA. The zoning bylaw amendment and probably site plan application would still be required. The current proposal is slightly larger, being 1.05 hectares, and must be justified based on the county official plan policies in effect at the time of submission, which was in 2024. So we're not judging this application based on our current policies, but I do think it's worth noting, that we have made a collective decision that we're in favor of locating smaller event venues somewhere. And so I just wanted to point that out for council's reference. So in terms of comments received, so I went through everything again yesterday and tried to figure out just the whole chain of events in terms of comments that I've received. So so far we've received about 21 comments from 21 households that oppose or raise concerns about the proposed development. Most of these are neighbors on surrounding lands. Occasionally, two members from one household will have provided comments through separate comment letters. We've also received 12 comments in support of the proposed development. 7 of those being from local businesses, 4 from friends or supporters of the applicant, and 1 from a community organization. We did have 1 more neutral comment asking questions only, as well as 2 agency comments being Gray Sobel and Bridge Gas. The key concern that we've heard over and over in virtually all the comments we received were with regards to noise. People were concerned about the impact of noise on their quality of life, impact of noise on wildlife habitat. They had questions and concerns about exemptions to the noise bylaw, which is being considered under the zoning bylaw through Grey Highlands. The late hours and frequency of noisy events and concerns just about who will be monitoring the noise and how. Staff certainly recognize these are very valid questions and concerns. And certainly if I were a neighbor living beside this event venue, I would have these same questions and concerns. So in response to that, of course, we did request that noise assessment be done from the very beginning. We did also undertake a third-party peer review process of that noise assessment. The peer review process did make some recommendations, which have been implemented by the applicants through a revised submission. But some of the mitigation measures that will be taken include limiting larger events up to 12 times per year, which again would be within the zoning bylaw. Maintaining all amplified noise within the hall structure, which is a permanent structure. We're not talking a tent or anything like that. Noise levels would be actively monitored at all times using a decibel monitor on site. The owners or their delegates would be on site during all events, making sure that noise is monitored. The special event area is located in a central portion of the property, away from neighboring residences to the west. The EIS, again, through an addendum, evaluated noise impacts on wildlife. And there is still the opportunity to look at additional buffering that could be explored through a future site plan application, if that's something that we could consider in relation to those neighbors to the west. Another concern was just about kind of the concept of the event use itself. So again, whether or not this is a good space for an event venue, whether it meets the character of the area and the criteria for a resource-based recreational use. There were concerns about scaling up in future. So, staff in general, we get requests a lot for event venue types of facilities or glamping types of venues. People like to experience our natural environment, and in Grey County, we're very lucky to have the natural environment at our fingertips, which not everyone has. And so this is a destination area. again, noting this property does already have zoning permissions in place for a health spa. There is a need, of course, to balance the financial viability of a potential business, versus impacts to neighbors. So, we need to think, if we are limiting the number of events per year, what is that number that triggers that, viability of the business versus this is not a number that the business is actually sustainable at. The existing hall, dwelling and structures would all be located back from the road, so they do not visually detract from the rural nature of the area, kind of from an aesthetics perspective. And again, the OPA Schedule A has really been limited in scale and scope to situate that event venue area in the middle portion of the property only. With regards to site layout, there were concerns about the potential for trespassing of guests using the trail systems, concerns about existing structures built too close to property boundaries, and concerns that the camping area would be located too close to neighboring properties. So again, a site plan application would follow approval of the OPA and ZBA. And many of these concerns, particularly around where guests can and cannot go, can be likely addressed through signage, setbacks, buffering, fencing. So I think, there are things that we can do to regulate some of that guest behavior. The applicants have not requested at this stage any sort of departure from the established zoning setbacks. So I believe the established zoning setback is 15 meters. So any structures would need to be located at least 15 meters from that neighboring property line. If there are any existing tent structures that are located closer to that were constructed without permits, those would need to be removed. And my understanding is they will be removed. With regards to site servicing, so there were questions and concerns about the existing capacity of the septic systems on site. They were quite old, from the 60s or 70s. There was concerns about impact to Lake Eugenia waters. There were concerns about the portable toilets being used for 3 years, questions of waste collection, and just the combined servicing impact of the glamping site across the road. So again, I think these are all very valid concerns, and staff raised some of the same questions. The servicing study does confirm that all existing septic systems on site are over capacity at the moment, and that a centralized septic system should really be used and put in place, and that's what the servicing study has recommended. The applicants acknowledging, the expenses of putting together a business of this nature have requested a deferral of the requirement for establishing that larger septic system for a period of 3 years. And during that interim period, they would use portable toilet facilities. Staff have had a lot of conversations about this and whether or not this is the correct approach or not. The applicants have suggested that they would enter into a servicing agreement through a site plan agreement approach. They would also offer securities to the municipality to ensure after a period of 3 years that this septic system could be constructed. And so ultimately, although it's not kind of the run-of-the-mill servicing solution, staff do feel that we could support this approach, provided that the framing within that site plan agreement is in place to ensure that septic system is built within that 3-year time. Again, with regards to traffic, individuals had a number of questions and concerns around traffic on concession B. It is a paved municipal road. It has good sight lines. Grey Highlands staff did not see the need for a traffic impact study here, given the volume of cars. Again, there are only 41 parking spaces on this site, so we don't foresee this as being a generating a large volume of traffic. As noted, there are some nearby accommodations where guests may be able to use just to minimize the amount of traffic that would be coming to the site. With regards to impact to nature, again, I did talk quite a bit about this already, but individuals were concerned about impact to our wooded areas, wetlands, wildlife habitat, water contamination, guest behavior related to the natural environment, the potential for accidental fires, So again, the EIS has been undertaken. A holding provision does remain in effect for most of the property, so that no further development would be permitted without further amendments to that environmental impact study. The EIS has been reviewed by our ecology staff. Fires will only be permitted within designated areas, and the owners have developed an event policy manual outlining rules and expectations for guests, which again, there are some of those elements can be implemented through a site plan agreement. And some just general comments, again, mostly related to kind of previous bylaw infractions on the site and whether these individuals should be given another chance. So as noted at the beginning, staff are really treating this as a new application. Any structures that were built prior to approval without a building permit will be required to get retroactive building permits. Some of those structures are likely going to need to be relocated to conform to zoning bylaw requirements. So again, you know, I think certainly the applicants have had a change of course throughout the process of putting together this application. But there is the expectation that all of those things would need to conform and yeah, so that's sort of how we've been dealing with that. Okay, and so we did get some supportive comments as well, and I'll go through these quite quickly. But from an economic development perspective, we did hear from local businesses looking for partnership opportunities with the event venue, suggesting, you know, there is a demand for eco retreats within the area, especially event venues that offer both the guest accommodation and the event function space as well. So there was some general support there. From the natural environment, people felt it was a balanced approach to kind of having the event venue within a limited area and allowing guests to use existing pathways throughout the forested areas to be able to immerse themselves in nature as well. Just some general comments. One of the applicant, you know, does have some chronic health issues that she's been dealing with herself. So there was some suggestions from the applicant or from members of the public that she would be a good representative here and would be able to do to make people feel comfortable in this type of environment. With regards to agency comments, no significant concerns from Grace Auble, noting nothing should be located within the hazard lands and permits will be required within the regulated area, and Bridge Gas had no concerns. As noted, the municipality of Grey Highlands planner recommended support for the county OPA, but during their June 18th, 2025 council meeting, the motion to support the OPA 22 based on the staff recommendation resulted in a lost vote by council there. No further resolution or motion was passed at that stage. So just in summary, what we heard and the impact to the application. So overall, during our pre-consultation discussions, as Christine noted, they had originally wanted to have 150 guests at any time. This has changed to 95 guests up to 12 times per year or 50 at any time. Again, the hours of operation were originally any time until midnight. This has been reduced to 11:30 on weekends and 11 p.m. on weekdays. The OPA area has been adjusted from over 2 hectares to 1.05 hectares to prevent scaling up in the future without a further county official plan amendment. The historic hangar will not be used for events and has been excluded from the special event venue area, meaning all amplified noise will be located within the hall structure. The applicants will undertake a servicing agreement and an operational agreement, which will include noise monitoring through a future site plan approval process. All non-complying structures will be removed or relocated. All existing and new structures shall conform to the zoning bylaw setbacks and Ontario Building Code. And again, noise monitoring will occur at all events. The owners or their constituents will be on site at all times and have created an event rules document to be enforced for all guests under contract through the guests. So with that in mind, we do recommend that this report be received and that council support the staff recommendation and direct staff to prepare a bylaw for approval by county council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hillier. So that allows us to put it out to committee, of the whole members for questions and comments. And I guess, I guess perhaps Madam Clerk, if we clear the screen so we can see who's virtual as well. But perhaps if there's a specific item that somebody has a question to, we might need to call your presentation material back up again. Okay, so with that, I'm going to begin with Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask two questions before speaking to the item again in the future, but two specific questions if I could have answered, please. One of the deputations spoke to the noise study being simulated rather than technical. I'm wondering if staff can address this, that comment from a presenter as well. What is the penalty within the zoning bylaw on violations? What is the fine process, the amount, and how is it applied? And through which municipality does enforcement? I presume Grey Highlands, but the matter is before us in this report.
Okay, so I'll put that question to staff.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. With regards to the noise study, that's a good question. So I'm not actually sure about that. I'm not a noise study expert, and which was the reason why we had it peer reviewed. To be honest, it was one of the cleaner peer reviews that I've ever seen. It did recommend a few small changes or additions to some of the work that was done. But yeah, I'm not sure, and it's a good question, but I would have to double check on that.
Okay, and I do see Director Taylor has raised his hand.
Sorry, through you, Madam Warden, just to build on what Becky said, most noise studies that we deal with, particularly for any kind of concert or event venue use, are almost always simulated, simply because they don't have permission to be operating the events just yet. When we're dealing with an industrial noise study where we know, a widget making machine operates in 30 other facilities and generates X number of decibels, then they can deal with exactly what that noise is. But when we're dealing with event facilities or concert venues of that nature, then it's almost always a simulated. But as Becky has noted, if approved, there's requirements for monitoring to ensure that what is actually occurring on site is as per what the simulation was, so to speak.
Okay, so Councillor Gray, was there a follow-up to that then or afterward?
Second question is good now. Regarding the penalties.
Okay, Ms. Hilliard?
Yeah, thanks for that. So yeah, I don't want to speak on behalf of Grey Highlands noise bylaw. So it is a Grey Highland bylaw. And I'm assuming it would be their bylaw enforcement officers who would be enforcing that. I did have a look at it. I know that they do have a process for exemptions through the bylaw. I believe it is kind of by event that is formulated. So because this is an event venue, I imagine that would be a fairly laborious process for every time there's an event to seek that exemption, which I believe is why the applicants are looking to do that through a zoning bylaw approach. It is an unusual approach. It certainly was something that was discussed at Grey Highlands as whether that is an appropriate approach to do that, or whether that is, again, something that could be dealt with more concretely through a site plan agreement, for example, that spelled out those hours of operation. With regards to the fine, I believe there were some fines within the bylaw. I don't remember what they were offhand. I don't know if there's Grey Highland staff who may be more familiar with that bylaw who want to speak to that. But yeah, that is certainly something that it would be something for Grey Highlands to look at as a next step through the zoning approval process of, does it make the most sense to have that within the zoning bylaw? Or is there another means of spelling that out? And, I think for the applicant's benefit, putting the hours of operation, putting the exemption within the zoning bylaw, I think it was a good approach for the purposes of a transparent public discussion. Because having that kind of within the zoning bylaw really sets the framework for expectations for the public of what to expect there. There is no public process for site plan agreements, for example. So I think having that as part of the public record is helpful, but whether that is permanently situated within that zoning bylaw forevermore or not, I think is something that Grey Highlands will need to have a look at as a next step.
Okay, we'll go on to other questions. We'll go to Counselor Nielsen and then we'll go to Counselor Mackey after that.
Thank you very much, Warden. I do have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. For clarity for County Council, the lost vote at Grey Highlands was a 7-0 vote in support of moving forward with the county OP. A comment around the comments from Becky on the profitability of a proposal. I don't feel that it's like our place to make a decision based upon whether or not a business is profitable. It's really up to the business owner to decide on how to make their business profitable. And so making changes to a property specifically so that they can be profitable, either be increasing the number of guests that can come or increasing the number of events, really isn't something that should be considered when we're talking about planning, which, as I've been repeatedly bashed over the head, is land use only and not necessarily what the profitability of that land use. I do have a couple of questions though. My first question is regarding OP amendment today. So today the request is for county staff to approve, or sorry, county council to approve, but the zoning bylaw that has the restrictions, that has the requirements, that has the temporary use on the septic. Once the OP is passed, that is a land use that's of now ability on that land and property and it's site specific. How does that process work? If Grey Highlands denies the zoning, but now the county has already officially changed the abilities of this property, how is there protections for the county to rescind that official plan change if the zoning doesn't go through? Or what is that process, please? I have two other questions too.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And yeah, that's certainly something that we've been asking ourselves as well, of kind of what are all the what ifs of based on a decision on this file of if the county were to approve and Grey Highlands were to refuse, sort of what are the potential implications of that? You know, of course, there are appeal rights for Grey Highlands for the applicants on whatever decision is made by either council. You know, certainly it would be the prerogative of Grey Highlands, even if county council decides to approve the OPA, Grey Highlands could still choose to refuse the ZBA. It does kind of raise the question of, you know, from a next step for the applicants, kind of what does that mean? Yeah, it certainly could get into appeal territory, but yeah, I don't want to speculate on that at this stage.
Follow-up?
Yeah, I'll maybe ask my next two questions quickly so that way they can both be at the same time. Regarding the noise study, the hall event space itself has a retractable wall, right? Like the whole wall can open up. Was the noise study done with the wall closed under the guidance that that's going to be how it operates, or with the wall open to showcase the noise level coming out? The report itself and their own changes or comments speak to the idea that the wall will be open until such time as a noise bylaw kicks in at, like, I think 10 p.m. and when they're going to close the wall. So if we're looking at the impact to the environment and to nature and to the residents, you're saying that there's no wall there. Number two comment in terms of that is when we look at an event space in the middle of a city or an event space anywhere else, the structure is pretty solid and built and constructed to retain all the noise within that structure. If you go to an arena space in downtown Toronto, you stand outside, you're not hearing any of the noise from inside that building because the entire building is solid and sealed. This one has a retractable wall. And I just am curious as to the viability of that to actually retain the sound. So that's kind of why I'm looking at the study there. And then the other question, you've mentioned it, and I do appreciate the detail to which you went into the report and your explanation to County Council today. But when we look at, like, it says in the report that the Conservation Authority doesn't have any questions or comment or any proposals against the proposal, other than the idea of please move the things you've already built within the hazard lands. Like, there's challenges to what's been done. And I realize we're looking at this as a new structure, but at what point do we consider the likelihood of following through with restrictions or implementations that get put in versus history of a proposal? So I guess my question is on the noise study itself, wall down or open, and then trying to understand new file versus history.
Yeah, so if I recollect properly with the noise study, I believe that they did look at both a closed and open scenario for those retractable doors. And yes, they did, I think they're recommending that 10 PM is when all of the doors would be fully closed, which would then, of course, insulate the noise more fully. Again, that 10 PM is not part of the zoning, at this stage. I think that's a number that we can still work with. If we're looking for an earlier time, for example, I think that's still a discussion that can be explored as a next step with the applicants, either through that zoning or through that site plan application process. That's just the number that's been presented at this stage. With regards to the history, again, yeah, I think to your point about the Conservation Authority's comments, and just for everyone's benefit, I think that there was maybe one tent platform that the Conservation Authority had flagged was located within the hazard lands. And again, so any non-complying structures would be required to comply. So they would all need to be situated, of course, outside of the hazard lands and would have to conform to all the required setbacks and boundaries. And, luckily, a lot of what they have constructed are mostly just platforms at this stage. So they are fairly movable.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Mackey next.
Thank you, Warden. My questions after all those questions from Councillor Nielsen have been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions then from any other members? We'll go to Councillor Kentner.
No, thank you, and through you, Warden Matrosov. I have two concerns here, and the first one has to do with relief against the noise situation. It seems unusual that it is extended well past bedtime for a lot of people. And the other one has to do with an extension of relief from the need for a septic system. And are we setting precedents here with these two situations, or are there other examples where we have provided this kind of relief to other operators? Thank you.
Yeah, so that, again, that relief against the noise bylaw, that is personally a new one for me, seeing that within a zoning bylaw. And again, I think it was a good decision by the applicant to include that in there, because it's become part of that public discussion. And I think that's important to have. Again, whether or not that lies within that zoning bylaw amendment or not, again, is I think the discretion of Grey Highlands and sort of how they're interpreting that noise bylaw and how those exemption processes can work internally for them. And so, yeah, I don't necessarily want to speculate too much about that, not knowing kind of the full history of how that's been implemented in the past there. With regards to the septic system, and yes, I fully agree, it is a bit of an unusual situation. I know recently in Grey Highlands, there was another accommodation facility right on Lake Eugenia that was proposing portable toilets sort of indefinitely into the future as a sort of the form of servicing for that proposal. And I didn't love that approach. I didn't really feel that met kind of the requirements of the PPS or the OP in terms of the types of servicing that would be permitted into the long term. For this one in particular, I think provided that the frameworks are in place to ensure that they can get to that future system that is going to be viable and will be the best case scenario. It's something that I can support and get behind, and especially acknowledging the servicing report has confirmed already, even with the existing zoning in place for the health spa and the trailers on site, those existing septic systems are already above capacity. So kind of knowing all of those things, the servicing study really did stress, we need to actually convert to the portable systems. These shouldn't really be used anymore. And so just to give them time to do that, because I do understand it is quite a big expense installing that, we did feel it was fair to allow them 3 years to be able to do that.
Okay, so I see that concludes with Councillor Kettner. I see Councillor Body and then Councillor McQueen. Councillor Body first.
Thank you, Warden. First of all, I want to thank planning. Very detailed report, Becky. Thank you. Obviously, there's been a lot of hard work, and I wouldn't want to count the number of hours that have gone into this. And the easiest answer for planning is to say no, and you've clearly done everything you can to try and chip off the corners of a square block to try and get it into a round hole. I think I'm probably consistent that I'm always complaining about urban development on rural services and that they need to be on urban services. This is much the same. The septic system, even when it's put in to have up to 95 people plus plus staff, is going to be one heck of a system. That's a rural septic system. Becky's indicated that, you know, we policy-wise probably be okay with that. From my point of view, to be consistent, I'm not okay with that type of service in a rural area. But thanks to staff for really working hard to try and make this work.
Okay, so next we go over to Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good words from Councillor Body at the staff. There's been a lot of work here for sure. Couple things, and I apologize for my street Google or whatever went off because I thought you turn on volume off and it doesn't work, but I was trying to figure out some kilometers, and part of that, I want to talk about the noise exemption first. Generally at Grey Highlands, we will waive it. Requests for noise if it's a one-off event. A lot of times if somebody's having an event at their property, or we just had one for the Markdale Agricultural Society for their fair, you know, a lot of those are sort of one-offs type of things that, you know, that we would consider. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure that's in a lot of people's bylaws, but I think you know, and I want to say also, you know, I don't think we're against economic development, you know, a place for people to have a business, to make things happen, to have a venue, to have accommodations, because I know a big part and rural part of Grey County is where do people stay. We don't have hotels, we don't have a lot of stuff. There's other venues for that. And hey, you know what? Getting married out in the, you know, like I think Becky, you raised a good point. You know, where's a good place to have an officiation of your wedding? You know, people like that natural setting and that type of thing for sure. And that, but I think it comes back. It's about the bigger part, along with it's the noise concerns is what's been coming back more and more, you know. And I think we got to appreciate, I think it was made in from the first lady that spoke about 8 homes in a close proximity, which we know are in that area. And, you know, as I think Mr. Kentner said, that, you know, we certain times at night, we sort of want to shut things down and we don't want noise that long. So I was doing a little bit of a calculation, and I think it was mentioned that there are 2 wedding barns within the area, and wedding barns are probably on an agricultural area where there's bigger spaces. I mean, no doubt, and good reason for that. And they weren't a walk in the park either, those wedding barns. There was a lot of back and forth on that, a lot of time spent. But I was doing a calculation to the closest community center is the Osprey Community Center, which is 14 kilometers away. You know, and I've said this before, you know, have the wedding, have your evening dinner, and then throughout, we all have in our municipalities, we have community centers to host those events and those fun times. Like a wedding is a celebration of life. It's a fun thing. People, you know, you want to celebrate. Noise happens, and I don't think anybody here would argue against that, you know. And then, you know, if there's some alcohol involved, that maybe the tunage gets a little higher too. So I think it goes back to the extension. You know, I see it in a lot of the biggest comments. It goes into the extension into the evening. That is the key issue here.
Okay, thank you. And now we're over to the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you, Becky, for as Councillor Body mentioned, a really good report. My question is related to what response, if any, did we get to the First Nations that we circulated this file to? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. We did certainly circulate to them. We also advised the applicant to reach out to them during the pre-circulation stage. And to date, we haven't had any comments from any of our First Nations partners on this one.
follow-up?
Just a quick follow-up. Do we know whether the proponents actually engaged with the First Nations or not? Please.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm actually not sure about that. And certainly since the time of the pre-consultation for this one and even since the time has been submitted, our ways of engaging and communicating with our First Nations partners has certainly evolved during the past year and a half or so. So I don't believe that I'm actually not sure if they did engage with our First Nations partners during the pre-consultation stage. Certainly they were circulated through the circulations, but no, I don't believe we had heard from them on this application.
Final follow-up, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just real quickly. I guess I would suggest that we should be making sure that the proponents do make contact with the First Nations. Just to assume they're going to leaves a little bit of room for wiggle. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Dobreen next and then to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you. And through you, thank you, Becky. I too was going to ask about the First Nations because we had experience where we circulated, but it wasn't reaching anyone. So the lack of response or acknowledgement of an email, we shouldn't assume that they received it and have no comment, because that has come back to be a problem. And certainly archaeological studies are being asked for severances. So this might be another, but on the subject of my questions, Madam Warden, the temporary use, or sorry, the deferral of the septic for 3 years, would it be reasonable then to allow for temporary use to monitor what the impact on the community would be if this was approved? That is my first kind of concept. And are the portable toilets commercial toilets that would be, circulated? I have personal experience of a quiet family trailer park turned rural farm for hire, where groups and weddings come up to hoot and holler, and noise travels in rural Ontario. So to the point of the more urban halls, they're more soundproofed. I had a concern about the existing hall that was built without a permit, that it appears to be about 3/4 glass with a removable door, to have music going all afternoon and evening, even up until 10 is fine if you like the music. But, music is not to everyone's taste. And again, the enforcement aspect of it. And again, personal experience to people who don't understand around, that is going to be, a significant expense, and I understand that, but perhaps if they want to defer the requirement for septic, then perhaps we could provide a temporary use to monitor the impact on the neighbors.
Thank you so much for that question, Councillor Dobreen. And this was very much something that staff, county staff and Grey Highland staff had discussed and which we also felt would be a really good route forward for this one is looking at that temporary use bylaw. For everyone's reference, temporary use bylaws can be put in place for a period of up to 3 years, which coincidentally is the time they're looking for to install that septic system, and sort of given some of the concerns with previous bylaw infractions, we did feel that could be a fair route forward. The Grey Highlands planner, actually within their recent staff report to Grey Highlands Council for June 18th, had put forward that recommendation, which we had discussed beforehand. Ms. Loft and her client were not in favor of that approach. And so that was not further discussed or voted upon by council at that stage.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And because the septic for this size of use would be a significant expense, the 3 years would also provide the proponent to monitor whether or not this is even a viable business model. Thank you.
Director Taylor?
Yeah, thank you for the comments and questions. I just want to respond to a few things that we've heard here. I will get to your question, Councillor DeBreen, through you, Madam Warden. With respect to the First Nations consultation, Becky alluded to it in some of her comments. As we heard at the previous council meeting, we've been working quite closely with a number of our local First Nations through the archaeological management plan process. And we've looked to step up our communications and our relationship building in that regard. Just recently on a staff to staff level, we've set up regular monthly meetings with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation Environment Office staff, just to make sure that nothing is slipping through the cracks there. And certainly I don't want to speak on behalf of any First Nation or Métis organization, but the one thing consistently that a number of them have told us is because their territories are so large and because the scope of development interest in their territories are so large, they simply can't get to everything. And I'm not speaking specifically to this BIACOM proposal, but what they've noted to staff in some of these discussions is that we need to work together to understand what are the truly important ones to their interests and what ones that they may have less interest in. But so I mentioned the one-on-one meetings with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation staff. We've also recently had a staff-to-staff meeting with staff from the Six Nations of the Grand River. Again, we've similar to Councillor Milne's comments or Deputy Warden Milne's comments, we've ensured that that we are talking to the right people and it's not going to a dead inbox in that regard. Certainly, if it was council's will, we could reach back out to the First Nations or Métis organizations in this regard. But I did just want to give an update there with respect to our practices. With respect to some of the comments about the temporary uses and the septic system and the like, I do just want to be cautious that we are focusing our discussions on the county official plan amendment. Certainly, Grey Highlands has lots of tools at their disposal with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment. They could include a holding system. They could, as Ms. Hillier has noted, go through the site plan control process. But we have limited tools at our disposal with respect to the official plan amendment. So if council were to see fit to pass an official plan amendment, that amendment is permanent. We don't have the ability to do a temporary official plan amendment or a 3-year official plan amendment in that regard. As Ms. Hillier has noted, that is fully within the realm of a municipality with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment. She stated that the proponent and their agent, Ms. Loft, were not in favor of that approach. But there are those tools with respect to the site plan and agreements in that regard. The only other thing I'd say with respect to the septic system and event facilities across the county is we do have a number of event facilities across the county that are already operating that use portable toilets as their primary means. Certainly, we think to those facilities that might only have 1 or 2 events a year and have large numbers of crowds. We heard, lots of comments today, other things. Typically, when we're looking at relatively few events, definitely portable toilets are usually the way to go. Short of being situated at a local arena or community center, they simply don't have the demand or the capacity available to facilitate those. When we think about some of our more rural celebrations, maple syrup festivals or harvest festivals, again, those portable toilets are very much the way to go. as Becky has noted, particularly on this one, when they're looking at multiple events a year, when we're looking at operating year round, staff have pushed the proponent here for a more permanent solution. But if Grey Highlands, through future applications, were to deem it appropriate to consider sort of a phase-in period where those temporary facilities could still be used in advance of the formal septic system and washrooms, I would say that's not completely inconsistent with how a number of other event facilities have been treated across the county in the past.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Keaveney next.
Thank you, Warden Matrosovs, and Director Taylor has predominantly just answered my question. I was going to ask about the enforcement capabilities if the proponent after 3 years determined that they couldn't go forward for whatever reason with the septic system. What was our ability or Grey Highlands' ability to enforce, or could they ask for an extension? So I think that's predominantly been covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And okay, I saw 2 hands go up at once. We're going to go to Councillor Carlton and then over to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. Just to go back to the question about the noise study that was done, I did a quick search and it was done with the doors open, but it was completed using a pink noise file. And when I did a search online to find out what that type of file would be, it identifies that white noise is all frequencies coming through at the same intensity, and it's high pitched, so ears don't like it. A pink noise file subdues that, makes sure the sounds are gentler and less likely to overwhelm people. So I think doing a noise study using a pink noise audio file kind of defeated the purpose of doing the noise study. It's a little misleading.
Okay, thank you. And is there any staff comment to that before I go to Councillor Mackey?
Yeah, so thank you for that. No, and yeah, your due diligence on there is appreciated. Yeah, with regards to that, again, I can't attest to being a audio expert or noise acoustic expert, which again is why we did have that peer reviewed for that expertise. So yeah, I would just defer to the peer review on that and can certainly share those comments if interested.
Okay, thank you. We'll go over to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Becky. I know this has been a difficult file for you, and you've done a really good job at it. Just a follow-up from Councillor DeBreen's question. When you talked about the number of structures that have been erected without a building permit, does that include the hall, the picture of the large hall? So it was erected without a building permit? Is it being utilized right now without a building permit? And are other structures that have been erected without building permits being utilized or in the last period of time? Thank you.
So my understanding is that since bylaw has gotten involved on the property, they have ceased all business operations. So to my knowledge, the event hall and none of the other structures are currently being used for any sort of event function.
Are you able to verify the large hall that we were showing a picture of? Was it erected without a building permit?
I believe that is the case, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Greg next.
Thank you. And through you, Warden, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the motion that's on the floor. I am concerned that 12 events per year on the surface looks like they could easily be spread out through the year, but I think that's quite unlikely. I am concerned for the neighbors that it could be an intensification over the May to September preferred months, the nicer climate. This weekend will be the Summer Folk Festival in Owen Sound, and I live greater than 2 kilometers away from the band shell, and now it is open air. But I will enjoy the sounds of music wafting into my open windows, dependent upon wind direction, air pressure, moisture levels. So 2 kilometers of travel is not to be I mean, that's considerable. Your standard mile and a quarter in the rural country can travel literally a block under the right conditions. And I think it is fair to think that that door could be open, and probably would be, given the climatic conditions outside and warm versus cold, whatever. So I am concerned for the neighbors. I'm concerned about the introduction of significant potential conflict to the community. I couldn't agree any more with Councillor Nielsen about your comments about the county wading into the profitability and the business case. I don't think that's something that should be part of our considerations. That is something that is dependent upon the developer, the proponent, the applicant. When you purchase a property, you've already studied those septic systems that are on site. You are well, or should be well, aware of the challenges or the opportunities that are before you. And I do not agree with a 3-year allowance to come into compliance to have an adequately sized septic loading on the site. So I don't think it's appropriate that council would support that. And in this instance, I would be glad to support the decision-making which was made at the local level by the elected officials closest to their residents. And that was to echo the results of the vote from the municipality of Grey Highlands. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just looking around the table. I think we have now captured all, Councillor Eccles.
You are so close. You got close. Is Lake Eugenia in a hamlet settlement? Or considered a hamlet settlement?
Portions of Lake Eugenia fall within what we call the secondary settlement area. And then portions of Lake Eugenia fall within the inland lakes and shorelines designation area. So this particular property is just north of a portion of the inland lakes and shorelines designation area.
Okay, thank you. Is there a follow-up?
Of course. Under the current policies, it's 0.85. Did I understand that correctly? That would connect this. So the reason that they're here is because they want it to be bigger. So this will be somewhat, they're going for 1.05 hectares to be covered in this. So this is kind of precedent setting that we're going to set a precedent that we're going to deviate from policy. Let's see how that goes. Because there's other things that we certainly couldn't deviate for policy because it would be a precedent setting thing. With that said, and it goes back to the comment, we have a number of other of these types of facilities throughout the county, and certainly a couple of them even within the municipality of Grey Highlands. And it was indicated by one of the presenters this morning that that was enough because they operate there is no problem with them. So what's the difference from the noise, from the septic, from everything else, from the ones that are operating that don't seem to be a problem to this one? Any comments or questions?
Thank you for those questions. So just to confirm, with regards to your comment on the 0.8, so this file was submitted in, I believe, August of 2024. And so under our official plan, which is slightly different than the provincial planning statement, we make decisions and planning recommendations based on the official plan policies that were in effect at the time of application submission. So at the time of application submission, we did not at that point have policies in place, any policies in place to kind of provide policy guidance or frameworks around special event venue types of uses. In May 2025, so this year, County Council did approve OPA 23, which was a amendment to our official plan that looked at altering numerous land uses within the rural designation and kind of enhancing and refining some of the policies around those and what would be permitted there. And one of those policies that was approved through OPA 23 was consideration for small scale rural special event venues. And they would essentially follow the same sizing criteria as our on-farm diversified use policies. And so based on those policies for a 40-hectare property, without an official plan amendment, if submitted today or anytime after May 2025, an applicant could potentially have up to 0.8 hectare event venue. And that includes all the parking, the buildings, the servicing, everything within that 0.8 hectares without the need for a county official plan amendment. However, as the decision that we need to make today is based on our previous policies in effect, it's really just provided for informational purposes at this stage and for council's information.
And we'll just go over to the CAO.
And just further to Becky's comments in terms of, even with the provisions as noted by Becky that are in existence today as it relates to OPA 23, doesn't prevent an applicant coming forward to ask for any considerations beyond that. It is then through an official plan amendment process, there would be studies required, similar to the studies that have been done with respect to this current application. Those studies, as Becky indicated, have been reviewed. And based on that review, staff felt comfortable to be able to recommend approval and support. Recognizing, as Scott indicated, that there are other tools and mechanisms in order to deal with some of those other concerns that have been expressed through both the zoning bylaw as well as the site plan process.
Okay, there's an arrow. Oh, there we go. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm just sort of following up from a point that was made by Councillor Eccles in the sense of, I think it was mentioned from the first presenter today that there was a accommodation site 10 clamping, I think, that was approved maybe a year and a half ago. Was on a 40-hectare, 100-acre parcel. There was some concerns around it. It was approved, but it's not an event. It was approved with, I think, limited parking, limited space. It was accommodation for people to come and enjoy it, but not to be at an event or an event being hosted. I don't know if that adds clarity to what Councillor Eccles was mentioning, but it's sort of, it's not to be generating noise. There was noise concerns when it was brought to council at that time, but it's on a larger piece of land. And anyway, at the time, council did support that, but it's only for accommodation, not an event.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I'm not seeing further hands. Madam Clerk, you wanted to address some wording in the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, just in a quick discussion with the Director of Planning, I'm just wondering about council's indulgence to put forward an amendment to remove the wording and that staff be directed to prepare a bylaw for approval by county council from the second clause of the motion, just because given my understanding in those discussions that there will be a bylaw come forward regardless of how county council votes on this matter. And then as that is the official mechanism to change the OPA, but I might look to Director Taylor to correct any incorrect information I've conveyed there.
Director Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Warren, through you. Yeah, the clerk is 100% right. That's sort of standard wording in our official plan amendment recommendations. But regardless of whether or not council is supportive or not supportive, the bylaw still needs to come forward for that decision to be made. So we'll have presumably the vote here today, but then the bylaw would come forward to county council, and that's when it would officially be approved or refused or further deferred at that time.
Okay, so with that clarification, then there's a request for an amendment to the main motion. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Hutchinson, seconder. Councillor Dobreen. Okay, so it's moved and seconded as an amendment to the main motion, and it's there up on the screen. And that the motion be amended to remove the wording and that staff be directed to prepare a bylaw to for approval by county council from the second clause. Okay, any discussion on that amendment? All those in favor of the amendment? And that is carried. Okay, thank you. So we'll give the clerk a chance to update the wording of the main motion. And if I don't see any further hands up in a moment, I will call that vote. And Madam Clerk, if you can just make sure that that's right up on the screen, the whole motion. Okay, so Madam Clerk, could you please read that out for us, just so we all know what we're voting on?
So that report PDR CW 52-25 regarding OPA 22 BCom Inc. be received, and that official plan amendment 4208-180 OPA 22 BCom Inc., also known as Highland Estate, which proposes a site-specific exception to the rural designation to permit a special events venue on approximately 1.05 hectares of land legally described as Part Lot 33, Concession 13, in the geographic township of Artemisia, now in the municipality of Grey Highlands, be supported.
Okay, thank you. So it's been discussed, it's been moved, it's been seconded. I'm going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, Madam Clerk. Those opposed? Okay, and I can declare that this motion has failed. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hillier, and also to Director Taylor for the extra information. And as I will echo as the comments have been, we have very much appreciated all the detail that has gone into this report. Thank you. Okay, so with that now we are approaching 12:30 and we do have a heavy agenda. I am going to, and just in conjunction with lunch and some other obligations that will happen, what we will do is we will now break until 1:30 and then we'll pick up the agenda and move on from there. So we will take a break, lunch and anything else, and then we will be back here in the chamber at 1:30 to continue with the open portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, Committee of the Whole members. We are here picking up on our agenda items, and we had finished with, just before lunch, we had stopped after a motion for item 7A, but to clean up the business and be able to provide the direction, there is, Madam Clerk, have you got that up on? There you go. Okay. The clerk has advised in terms of process, and I'll look to Director Taylor just to give some background to this. We do have a recommended motion that we should do in order to be able to tie up what it was that we discussed. And so I'll go over to Director Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you, I'll try to keep this brief. We've done some discussions and some research over the lunch hour. We don't, luckily at the county, deal with many refusals of official plan amendments. And the question was put to us, raised by the CAO, does the bylaw at council need to be refused, or can we simply pass, or can council simply pass a motion here today stating council's intent to refuse? And when those minutes get ratified by county council on September the 11th, that's when that refusal would happen, if that's council's wish. The challenge with the way we left it after lunch is we simply have a lost motion for support. And I think as staff, you know, we can read the room and we understand, I think, where council's direction is, but formally in the minutes, and if this were to get appealed or a non-decision were to be appealed, I don't think that's crystal clear. So with council's indulgence and thanks to the speedy work of the clerks, they put together a further motion, just noting that the official plan amendment would be refused. We wouldn't bring the bylaw forward to council, and then simply if council passes the minutes on September 11th, and that's when the notice of decision would go out.
Okay, thank you for that background. So it's recommended that official plan amendment 4208180 OPA 22, OPA 22, Viacom Inc., also known as Highland Estate, which proposes a site-specific exception to the rural designation to permit a special events venue on approximately 1.05 hectares of lands legally described as Part Lot 33, Concession 13 in the geographic township of Artemisia, now in the municipality of Grey Highlands, be refused. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Gregg. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Eccles.
So how is this different from the motion that we just turned down? And if that's the case, and partly in procedure, should we not bring that last one back?
So the last one, we didn't actually execute an action. We just simply voted down an action. So the recommended motion was to support. We voted that down. So in order to be able to affirm an action that goes with that, this one is the same, except it now says be refused. And as Director Taylor said, that would put it into the minutes thus, so that when we get to council 2 weeks from, or at our next council meeting, there would be no bylaw. And this would be if this were to pass, if this were to be moved, seconded and passed, well, it's already moved and seconded. If this were to pass, then that would provide clear direction as opposed to non-decision. And I'll look to staff if they can provide any further clarification. Director Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Warren. I think you've done a great job of explaining it. The one sort of further nuance here, just for council's consideration, when we talk about appeal rights to the Ontario Land Tribunal, basically there's three types of appeals. There's the appeal of an approval, the appeal of a refusal, or the appeal of a non-decision. So in theory, and I certainly don't want to speculate too far or wish to speak on behalf of the applicant, after today, if they wished, if they didn't want to wait for this matter to come forward on September 11th, they may consider appealing a non-decision of county council on the county official plan amendment. And so if that were to happen, this motion makes it clear on what county council's direction was, even if they hadn't formally executed that yet, because it's county council, that's the approval body or refusal body for official plan amendments in that regard.
Any follow-up, Councillor Eccles?
So we amended the first motion to take out the bylaw because that, at that point in time, what the understanding was, it absolutely had to come back as a bylaw for September the 11th. Now we're putting this motion through to say we're refusing it so that the bylaw doesn't have to come here.
Director Taylor?
Yeah, through you, Madam Warden. That's on me, Councillor Eccles. I was messaging back and forth with the clerk. My initial read of it was that the bylaw did need to come back to County Council for a formal decision. In doing some further research over the lunch hour and looking at some other municipal approaches there, it appears another option is that the motion be passed for refusal and then that motion be passed with the minutes rather than having to have that formal bylaw come forward. So I believe both are options. Council could vote down the bylaw on September the 11th, or we could have this motion here today. Staff just felt in discussion with the CEO and the clerk that this provided clearer direction sort of in that interim period up until September 11th. The other thing that staff noted is normally when we're dealing with the county council session at the beginning of our day, there can be bylaws grouped together. And so if we were looking at refusal, then council might need to separate, say, the confirming bylaw from this bylaw or any other bylaws that stem out of today's meeting. So we just felt that this was perhaps a cleaner option, but certainly at the disposal of council as to how they wish to deal with this one.
We'll go to the CAO.
And just further to Scott's comments, I think he noted earlier, we don't often deal with refusals of OPAs. So just based on further research, we think this is the cleanest approach in terms of formalizing direction from the committee of the whole in terms of whether or not this committee of the whole wants to refuse this OPA. Again, we can assume that the not supporting the last motion is similar to that direction, but this clarifies that absolute direction, and it relates back to what Director Taylor indicated with respect to the options available to committee and eventually council when they ratify this to either refuse, approve, or approve with modifications.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Councillor Eccles.
I wish I would have had this option beforehand. I'll just put it in. It would certainly change how I voted on the last one because I was looking forward to seeing that bylaw come forward, and that was the position that we would make our final and direct comments on and vote on. Now we're here with this, so yep, let's go forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, it's been moved and seconded and read out then. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so that allows us to move on to item 7B. And for that, do we have Ms. Johnson? Yes, we do. Here she comes. Welcome, Ms. Johnson, as our Trails and Forestry Coordinator to speak about the paid parking options for rail trails. Welcome. Sorry, just before you begin, let me just get a motion on the floor for you. Will you get yourself set up there? So it is recommended that report PDR CW 4425 be received and that no paid parking system for county-owned parking lots along the rail trail and county forest be implemented at this time. Is there a mover for that? Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Eccles. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Warden. Good afternoon, Council. So I have the opportunity this afternoon to talk to you about paid parking options. Very riveting conversation. Just for a little bit of background, as Council will remember, in March earlier this year, staff were directed to bring back a report containing options for parking revenue options along Grey County rail trail systems. So Grey County has 45 forest properties as well as 77 kilometers of trail that are spread across almost all of the municipalities, save and except for Hanover. And relative to the volume of these recreational properties, there are not many county-owned parking areas that serve them. As we noted in the winter months this past season, the cost to maintain these parking areas is particularly high, and it can range anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 in any given year. So we were asked to look at options regarding increased revenue, including paid parking. So for the purposes of this staff report, we evaluated only properties that had what were established parking areas, and the qualifiers for what an established parking area was that it wasn't simply roadside parking, it wasn't simply an entrance where you could pull in, and it wasn't the space had to accommodate more than 2 vehicles, and that the property was owned and maintained by the county. So out of all of the forest properties, there were 4 that were identified as meeting that criteria. And then along the rail trail, there was also 2. So within our Grey County Forest properties, that included Harkway, Lily Oak, Camp Oliver, and Collapore. And then along the rail trail, there was the newly established lot that was built in 2023 at Grey Road 18 in Rockford. And then the Markdale lot, which is right off of Grey Road 12 or Main Street. I also want to acknowledge that there are a number of non-county owned properties that help facilitate non-county owned properties that also help facilitate parking in some of these areas, as well as municipal lots and organizations that participate. But for the purposes of this report, we were only going to be dealing with these 6 here. Now, in light of the fact that we've got a really big agenda today and we've already had a long morning, I'm not going to, and that I wrote a really epic report for you. I'm not going to go into any great detail in reviewing each of these parking lots one by one, but I do simply want to highlight the fact that the analysis of these lots in particular established that if we were to move forward with a paid parking system, only really 3 of them should be considered, and those would be Collapore, Rockford, and Markdale. And this was for the rationale that they had a certain level of maintenance and they were known to have a higher use. Markdale and Collapore in particular have been maintained in the past in winter months. And then again, Rockford was just recently constructed in 2023, but it has not to date been maintained in the winter months. So jumping ahead in my report, we wanted to look at comparators that were within our area. Staff reached out to neighboring counties, our lower tiers, and the CAs that have properties within our boundaries. None of our neighboring counties, and that included Bruce, Simcoe, and Dufferin, had paid parking programs for any of their recreational properties. Of the lower tiers within Grey, Blue Mountains, Meaford, and Owen Sound all had some sort of payment parking related to recreational areas. And then all 3 of the CAs that have properties within Grey County had some sort of payment program in place. So I just want to have a little caveat here. I do highlight a number of different apps that these organizations in the next couple of slides use for payment. I'm by no means an expert on any of these, but simply that they are the vessel that they use to collect payment and issue receipts. Within my report, there is some values that have been provided regarding certain apps, but for this analysis, I'm not going to go into any great level of detail, just simply what app they use. So for the town of the Blue Mountains, they have a parking program in place for non-residents. It is not for all lots, and not all lots are the same rate. For example, I believe their waterfront lot or properties that are used for access to waterfront properties are more than what an in-town lot may cost. They use what's called the Honk mobile app. And yeah, I think that's all for Blue Mountains. The municipality of Meaford also uses Honk. And it's used at Memorial Park only, and it is for non-residents as well. It is in effect from May 1st to October 31st. The city of Owen Sound, a little bit different, but they have camping at both Harrison Park and Castle Beach Park at certain times of the year. They require bookings. And those bookings would allow for the camping as well as parking associated with that. And then they also have free parking spots for visitors and day users at those properties as well. Also, we've learned that in 2025, there will be a paid parking pass for the fishing derby. So it'll be interesting to hear how that turns out this year. For the conservation authorities, they seem to have had a lot, or this program's in effect for a little bit longer. For example, Grace Sobel has had some sort of paid parking program in place since 2012. Each of the 3 municipalities that we spoke with all started with a company called McKay Pay. And then once that company closed, they have all adopted slightly different models. Grace Sobel has paid parking at many of its properties, some of which have staff members at peak times. They have gates and booths, and some are not manned at all, and they just use QR codes. They use Square. And then we also additionally asked each conservation authority if they did any winter maintenance at these lots. And so Grace Sobel indicated that they do winter maintenance at their administration building as well as Ingalls Falls. And then they have partnerships with clubs and organizations for a few of their other properties. Saugeen Valley doesn't have a paid parking program, but they have started a program called like a membership program. I believe this was so that there wasn't an expectation of a level of service that for parking areas. They do not use an app. They simply have QR codes that would then direct an individual directly to their website to pay. And in the winter months, they maintain 3 of their parking areas. NVCA charges for parking at their conservation parking lots. They use the Hotspot app, and in the winter months maintain 2 of their parking lots and have 1 plowed by a contractor. So in addition to the comparators, staff also reached out to the health unit regarding the impacts of introducing a paid parking program as it relates to equity and health. They did provide comments that it could introduce a barrier for some users. And in addition to this, they provided a comment indicating that there was supporting evidence that allowing equal access, i.e. not paid parking, to green spaces can be a cost saving to the overall healthcare system. So based on what we know about the comparators, which is kind of difficult to call them comparators because they aren't direct comparators with the county, knowing that we offer very different things. Most of the comparators that I've noted here have considerably different amenities available as well as features. Staff are also, as I noted, are of the opinion that there are only certain lots, those 3 highlighted before, Collipore, Markdale, and Rockford, that should be considered as part of a paid parking program. Should have thought about that before I started. It's the tongue twister. So what we need to consider is staff would also need direction on whether or not the program would be for visitors or all users, so residents versus non-residents. Would parking programs be for the entire year, only certain months? What would the impact to staff be to implement, monitor, and enforce a program like this? And would the program sustain itself or provide meaningful revenue at this time? Staff are of the opinion that based on the research provided in this report, that there are not sufficient amenities, natural features, and estimated tourism traffic to justify implementation of a paid parking program at this time. Within the report, there was also discussion regarding other options for parking revenue, which included a membership program like SVCA or a voluntary pay what you can program. However, for similar reasons related to the research completed for paid parking, staff are not recommending these alternative options either. So in conclusion, the recommendation is that this report be received and that no paid parking system be implemented at this time. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And so for that, I will put it out to committee of the whole members for questions regarding the report. Not seeing any hands go up, and Madam Clerk, can I just confirm no hands up virtually as well? Okay, no hands virtually as well. So with that then, because of all the epic details that you put in your report, looks like we're ready to call the question. So I'll ask all those in favor. And that motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll now move on to Director Shaw, who will be introducing item 7C. I'll look for a recommendation that report CSR CW 1225 regarding affordable housing funding for Lutheran Social Services affordable housing to be be received, and that Grey County enter into an agreement with Lutheran Social Services Owen Sound, Inc. for $1.6 million in affordable housing funds for 40 units of affordable and market housing. And that upon occupancy, Grey County enter into an agreement for the operating funds, a total of 1.4 million to be dispersed quarterly from the county for the next 20 years. And that the funding letter be signed prior to county council approval in accordance with subsection 26.6B of the procedural bylaw 513422, and a bylaw be prepared authorizing the agreements for council's consideration. May I ask for a mover? Okay, moved by Councillor Body and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Shaw.
Thank you, through you, Warden. So good news, Lutheran Social Services of Owen Sound, they're a nonprofit housing provider in Owen Sound. They've been providing affordable housing for over 30 years. And their board of directors put forth a proposal back in February of 2023 to develop 40 affordable and market units for seniors housing in Owen Sound. They have been successful in obtaining funding through the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation Affordable Housing Program. So now they are looking to us for the funding that we proposed to give to them back in 2023. So that's $1.6 million in capital funding. And then upon occupancy, we would look at entering into an agreement with them for some operating funds to ensure that the project maintains its affordability. They are looking at 35 one-bedrooms and 5 two-bedrooms, and 30 of the 40 units are going to be accessible, physically accessible, which is great for the clientele. So I'm looking for permission to go ahead and enter into the agreement of 1.6 million. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation requires our agreement in order to finalize their funding. We will put into our agreement that we won't be forwarding any of the funds, the actual funds, until they've received official notice of their funding from CMHC. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll put it out for questions from committee of the whole members. Okay, looking around the room, not seeing any hands nor online. Well, it appears another epic report has provided us with the details, so it looks like we're ready to call the question then. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Shaw, and I guess you won't be going far. You'll be coming back up for another one shortly. Okay. So that allows us to move on to item 7D, and this is CSR CW 2625. So it's recommended that report CSR CW 2625 regarding transitions to permanent housing pilot project be received, and that the warden and clerk signing, and that the warden and clerk signing the funding agreement for $362,420 between the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, Homelessness Reduction Innovation Fund, and the Corporation of the County of Grey in the form substantially provided in this report, and that the funding of $362,420 be approved for use in 2025-26, and that the agreement be signed prior to County Council approval in accordance with section 26.6B of the procedural bylaw, according to the procedural bylaw 5134-22. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by the Deputy Warden. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Warden and members of Grey County Council. So today I bring to you what I hope you'll join me in accepting as a good news story. Recently, we received an opportunity to apply for some project funding through the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. Their specific program was you had to apply for one of two things. They were looking at decreasing inflow to the homelessness system, or they were looking at increasing the number of move-outs from the homelessness system locally. We qualified to apply for these funds because Grey County has a quality by names list, and we're connected with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness through Built for Zero. So we worked with our Built for Zero coach on the application, and we decided that based on the statistics we see locally, we were going to pursue the inflow decrease. And what we've specifically decided to tackle is the returns to homelessness. So a lot of times when we're supporting people in moving from our by names list, around 30% of the time, they're actually returning to the homelessness system because of a lack of supports, dealing with those local landlords, getting them set up with appropriate referral services once they've been housed. So this pilot project is for 2 positions to work with a total of 48 households off of our by names list over the 12-month period. And what they'll be doing is touching base with households 3 times a week at minimum. They'll be helping to liaise with the landlords to intervene in any issues that come up early in the tenancies. They'll be helping them connect to services, like things as simple as making sure they have a phone for the entryway system, like things that many of us would take for granted that would be easy. Some people need support, and we're going to provide that support to ensure that they can retain their housing. So we think that this is going to provide just a really great opportunity to reduce those return to homelessness. And we've also, the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness has been wonderful to work with. They encouraged us to ask for more funding. They encouraged us to ask for rent supplements. So it's going to help us to subsidize some of those rents while they're working with staff as an incentive. And they also encourage us to ask for funding around some of the accessories needed to run a program like this. So we have furnishing costs and things that are really going to help propel this program. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll look around the room. And we'll begin with Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks, Josh, for the report. I think this is a great opportunity. My only question is the $250 engagement incentive. Is that really needed? Should it not be incentive enough to want to be homed or housed? That's my question. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Mackey, and through you, Warden. Yes, the incentive of receiving those supports and being housed, it also allows us to ease households into that rental situation. In the private market, some of these rental costs are very high compared to somebody's monthly budget. So having the 250 through this program that the county doesn't have to bear the cost of is going to allow us that 6 months that we're working with the person to connect them to probably a different subsidy program. We also receive funding through the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit for portable housing benefit. We will likely transition these households once they've been successful in working with staff to receive that benefit more long-term to ensure that they're sustainable moving forward.
Any further questions? We'll go to Councillor Body.
Just a comment, here's one more program that we're adding to the list of programs that Grey County leads on. You know, we go to AMO and we hear from other experts that tell us what we need to do or what they want to do in the municipality. And we're doing all of them already. And this is just one more that has got to help. And I hope our public in our community of Grey County realizes that we're doing these types of things and frankly leading so many other municipalities. And I think you can always find somebody homelessness. I'm not saying that they're not in the street. I'm not saying that we'd love to help each and every one of them, but I think we're doing better. When you go to other communities, as we will see this weekend in Ottawa and other places, that we're really doing well, and it would be much worse without these programs. So this is good to see. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Gray.
My only question is funding. This would appear to be a flow through a federal program through the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. Are we certainly comfortable that they've got multi-years commitments from the federal government, that there's nothing that could leave us potentially on the hook here, that funding envelope was to be discontinued by a higher level of government?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Warden. The pilot is only a 12-month pilot, so we're very confident they have the funds for that portion of it, and whether or not it becomes recurring is something that we'll have to see.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further hands, then it's been moved and seconded, and we've heard the discussion.
All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. And we'll call upon Director Shaw again for item 7E. It's recommended that report CSR CW 1425 regarding architectural services for early on redevelopment be received and that JPM Architecture Inc. be awarded the architectural services project for the redevelopment of the Early On Center in Hanover in the amount of $119,750 exclusive of HST, and that the architectural fees be funded from the Early On Reserve Fund, and that the services be awarded prior to County Council approval in accordance with section 26.6B of the procedural bylaw according to the procedural bylaw 5134.22. So with that, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Dickert, seconded by Councillor Carlton. It's now on the floor for discussion and more good news and progress for early on. Director Shaw, over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. So we're back again. May the 8th, Council approved the acquisition of the land located in Hanover on 17th Street Crescent for the redevelopment of our Early On Center. The one that we have in Hanover right now is not meeting our needs. It is our largest and most attended early on. The land was acquired on June 16th, and we issued a request for proposal on June 16th for architectural services. We received 6 bids on the project, and the selected bid was JPM Architecture at $119,750, excluding HST. JPM Architecture is formerly Allen Avis Architects. They're a local firm out of Goderich. We've worked with them before. They have experience in early on in childcare projects, and we're very happy and pleased to be working with them again. The project will progress through following a few phases, such as the schematic design and design development, construction documents, the tendering services, construction contract administration, and of course, the construction closeout. We are asking that we move ahead before the September 11th because we'd like to get going, and we want to be able to start this build in the spring as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'll look around the room to see if there are questions and comments for you. Okay, not seeing, oh, yes, Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, and through to you, Ms. Shaw. Are we going to be doing any more of the early on? How many buildings do we have other than this one? We do have a few. I guess where I'm going with the question is, through the paramedic services and our ambulance, we've basically come up with here's a cutter box. We're building one right now in West Grey, one proposed coming up in Grey Highlands, and it's pretty much bang, bang. Here it is, architect, engineering, this is what we have. Just wondering whether that process could be emulated going forward for early on buildings.
So the county has only one. This is the only one that we own, but we do run them in other areas, but we have other social services or children's services that run them. Certainly when we're looking at developing this, we could make sure that we build something that would be appropriate for other early ons. This one will be 2 classrooms and some offices and play area and whatnot. So certainly could be replicated. At this point, we don't have any future ideas of building another early on, just replacing the one that we have. We're only required to have the one.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing anything further, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Director Shaw. Okay, so this next one, I'll give the clerk a moment to go to the lectern while I look for a mover and a seconder. Item 7F, it's recommended that the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated July 17th, 2025 be adopted as presented, and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Number 1, that report CCRJAAC 0725 regarding the updated accessible customer service policy be be received. And that number 2, policy 5-1, the accessible customer service policy be amended as outlined in this report by amending the policy statement, including grade transit route considerations, incorporating assistive devices and noting expanded training requirements. And number 3, that in consideration of staff report CS 25078 respecting playground replacement at Owen Heights and Comeret Park, the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee review the proposed playground replacements and provide advice to the City of Owen Sound in respect to accessibility of the proposed layout and design of the 2 new playgrounds. And number 4, that the report Flesherton Connecting Link be presented to the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee for review and comment and provide input on the need for and design and replacement of rest areas. And number 5, that the report Lawrence Street Sidewalk Addition be received. And number 6, that the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee provides input on the need for and design and placement of rest areas for the installation of the new concrete sidewalk. And number 7, that the Town of Blue Mountains Multi-Year Accessibility Plan 2025-26 be presented to the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee for review and comment. And number 8, that the City of Owen Sound staff report DA 25005 be received for information. Whew. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. It's on the floor for discussion. Madam Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, the Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee met on July 17th. The first item up for business was amendments to the accessible customer service policy. Those reflected some housekeeping updates required to the policy as part of the regular 5-year review cycle. The updates did include adding GTR considerations and elaborating on training requirements and including the assistive devices available for use. There was discussion on the new playground design at Comeret Park and Owen Heights Park in Owen Sound. The new playgrounds will include accessible and sensory play features, an access pathway, picnic and seating areas. It will include engineered wood fiber surface on the ground of the playground. And there were questions and comments regarding the location of accessible swings within the city and the accessibility of the wood fiber material. The Accessible Playgrounds Ontario.ca website was a resource that was cited, I believe, from Councillor Gregg. It's a really great resource for anyone looking for accessible playgrounds across the province. There's a lot of really good information on that website. The Flesherton Connecting Link project was discussed. This was in Grey Highlands, and the reconstruction project included intersection improvements at Grey Road 4 and Toronto Street, and the construction of 600 meters of Toronto Road and Sydenham Street in Flesherton. Due to this constraint in space in that vicinity, there were no accessible parking, on-street parking spaces able to be incorporated into that design. But there is an exemption in the legislation that speaks to small spaces where those accessible parking spaces can't be accommodated. So that was relied upon in this case. The Lawrence Street Sidewalk Addition in Markdale included installation of a sidewalk on Lawrence Street between Macduff and Wellington. There were no comments heard regarding the placement or need for rest areas along the stretch of sidewalk. There will also be tactile plates incorporated into the sidewalk as well. The Town of Blue Mountains Multi-Year Accessibility Plan came forward for review, and there was information shared on the Enhancing Access to Spaces for Everyone grant, which provides up to $60,000 for projects that improve accessibility and lifestyle, active lifestyles supports for people with disabilities. And that is available to municipalities for sure. I think only one application per municipality is able to be submitted. There was also a report on the site plan application at 2261 9th Ave East in Owen Sound that came forward for information as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. So with that, we'll put it out in case there are any questions from Committee of the Whole. Not seen any? Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to the committee itself, and it's more on the committee structure. Are all municipalities represented on this committee, or is it a requirement?
Thank you. So in Grey County, there are all municipalities are represented with the exception of Chatsworth and Meaford, I believe. Meaford has its own committee and Chatsworth isn't large enough to require one under the legislation. The others have the option of having their own or making a joint committee. So that is the case for the rest of the municipalities have decided, with the newest member being Owen Sound, to join the joint committee and fulfill that requirement.
And just one little further question. Because there's some committees have been on lately have been challenged on the governance abilities and some of the minutes that they have. It's just on the way this committee was adjourned. At the bottom, it was on a motion from the chair. Kind of strange. I've never seen that done in any of our other committees. It's always been, as county council, a motion from some of the committee members, but this one is just, it's not that the chair declared it. By the way this is, it's just, it's on a motion by the chair. Any comment on that? It should be that somebody else seconded it.
I would have to actually go back to see what this may be, either a template concern or a meeting with mechanic concern. I have to go back and look at the video. I think either the chair would have declared it, and then absent any opposition from members, under unanimous consent, it would have been considered adjourned. But I would agree with you that the terminology there on motion of Chair Schultz, we could adjust that to reflect the likelihood of unanimous consent adjourning the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, it has been moved and seconded then. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, so next we move on to 7G. And with this, Director Spicer will do an introduction. It's recommended that the County of Grey Budget and Finance Committee meeting minutes dated July 23rd, 2025 be adopted as presented, and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Number one, that report FRBFC 1525 regarding the 2025 capital project status update report as of April 30th, 2025 be received for information. And that number two, the report FRBFC 1425 regarding the corporate financial update as of April 30th be received for information. And number three, that the report FRBFC 1325 healthcare funding request 2026 budget be received, and that staff be directed to maintain the budgeted 200,000 transfer to the healthcare initiatives reserved for the 2026 budget and 2027 projected budget. With that, I'll ask for a mover. Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. It's on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Director Spicer.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So our meeting on July 23rd began with Director Shaw presenting an overview of how the housing capital budget is developed. Part of the discussion involved the number of units. It was noted over 500 in Owen Sound, and the addition of transitional housing in a former motel. Not including the recent additions, the value of all assets was approximately $236 million. Also discussed were the tools used, such as the building condition assessments, as well as inspections by staff and consultants. Staff look at energy efficiency options to reduce operating budgets. Upcoming projects were discussed, and it was noted that the operating budget includes the cost of making ready units after tenant turnovers.
There were questions asked about a recent project that installed heat pumps at a building in Meaford and whether energy savings had been seen. It was noted for this particular property, Grey County only pays the cost for the vacant units, so we will get some data on that. Just we don't have the full expense in our budgets. Also asked for questions on funding and the wait list. And it was noted the wait list is approximately 2,300 people, and approximately 70% of those are from Grey County. Director Myers presented on economic development, tourism, and culture assets. So the buildings are the Grey Roots, Morriston Village, Sydenham campus, as well as 2 vehicles. And Savannah shared that the EDTC master plan and the building condition assessments are used to determine the timing of capital projects, and lifespan is extended if possible. So we use the example of the tourism vehicle. And some projects move ahead based on need, and we've had a recent example with the schoolhouse roof and the exterior doors at Sydenham campus. There were questions on the capital contributions required for Grey Roots. And just as a note, that building opened in 2004, so it's 21 years old. 3 reports were presented. The first was the capital project status report, and that's based on actuals to the end of April. And it was noted there's 259 projects on the report. Next was a financial update with the same time frame that noted there was a heavier winter than normal, and that it impacted the transportation, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services budgets. It resulted in increased staffing for transportation, higher usage costs for materials, higher than expected snow removal costs at many buildings, and some building repairs for housing. And staff noted that the final impact won't be known until year end. Also depends on how early winter starts this fall, and that departments are looking for savings in other areas to mitigate costs. Actuals to April 30th in most cases are too early to predict or trend any outcomes. With, for example, a lot of costs such as association fees are incurred earlier in the year, and then you have no expense for the rest of the year. We did note that the variance for court security provided to Owen Sound. It's now known to exceed budget by just under $120,000. That'll require funding at the end of the year, and that the amount included in the budget was based on best estimates provided mid-2024. The final report was healthcare funding requests, which at that point, there were no requests. The only commitment we had for 2026 was for Bright Shores, and the last year of that $200,000 annual commitment is 2027. The report recommended maintaining the 2025 transfer to reserve of $209,500. And as you'd see in the minutes, that amount was amended to $200,000. The meeting wrapped up with a discussion on what is scheduled for the September meeting, and that'll include reports on budget timelines, full-time employee requests for 2026 and 2027, and information from the Director of Human Resources on COLA adjustments and collective agreements.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it out for questions. Okay, not seeing any, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you.
And at this point in time, the CAO will do the introduction for the final item that is here on the open agenda. And it's recommended that the minutes of the Joint Municipal Services Committee meeting dated July 29th, 2025 be adopted as presented, and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Number 1, that Councillor Body be elected as the chair of the Joint Municipal Services Committee through to September 2026. Number 2, that Councillor Dickert be elected as the vice chair of the Joint Municipal Services Committee through September 2026. Number 3, that the report CAOR JMS 1025 ongoing work and background in respect to joint municipal service work be received for information, and that report CAOR JMS 1125 be received, and that members of the community of practice be encouraged to provide an update to respective member municipal councils, and that number 6, that based on council feedback from the community of practice, identify priorities for collaborative and or shared services in respect to waste collection. And number 7, that staff be directed to provide a report back to the Joint Municipal Services Committee on identified services to the next meeting. May I ask for a mover and a seconder?
It's moved by Counselor McKay and seconded by Counselor Hutchinson. It's now on the floor for discussion. Over to you, CEO.
Great. Thank you very much, Warden Mattressauce. So the recently created Joint Missile Service Committee met for the first time on July 29th of this year, last month. As Warden Mattressauce indicated, Councillor Body was elected as chair. Councillor Dickert was elected as vice chair. An overview of the terms of reference for this committee was reviewed with the committee. And just as a bit of a recap for council, the purpose of this committee is to look for opportunities for shared services and then to develop a recommendation to council on services that have the potential to be shared among 2 or more municipalities within Grey County. The focus is on services that would improve the financial condition of at least 2 municipalities, as well as shared services that have the potential to improve the level of service for residents. The intent is that the committee would develop a plan on what shared servicing arrangements should be explored further, and that prioritizing some of those potential services and then bring that back to council for further direction and information. One of the actions, as I noted, for the committee is to develop that priority list of potential shared services to be considered for council's consideration and direction. As the warden indicated through the motion, there was a report that was presented on ongoing work and background. And in order to provide some context and background information to the committee, staff presented a report on the ongoing work that county and member municipalities are already doing when it comes to shared services. Guided by the strategic plan, the county and its member municipalities routinely work together and explore opportunities for collaboration to find efficiencies and opportunities to improve services. An overview was provided, excuse me, of the collaboration framework that was created in 2013 and was endorsed by council. And this framework was used back in that time period to explore library services back in 2014. The principles and intent in this framework have been used to explore subsequent discussions on potential service partnerships, including recent discussions in areas such as centralized planning services, as well as waste collection services. The report provides information on collaboration and shared services that have been created and discussed over the past decade as examples of areas where potential may exist for greater alignment to help inform the discussion of this committee. Waste management report. So staff also presented a report highlighting the work of what's called the Waste Management Community of Practice. And it's a group consisting of local municipal waste managers who share best practices and also identify potential collaboration opportunities. The Waste Management Community of Practice is supported by both the county strategic plan as well as Going Green and Grey. Like other service areas, municipalities are already collaborating on waste management, including some municipalities sharing landfill space, sharing leaf yard waste sites, as well as municipalities collaborating on household hazardous waste days, just to name a few. The report also identifies some further collaboration opportunities when it comes to waste management. Things like partnering on recycling and diversion services, joint educational campaigns, joint procurement of waste collection services, developing regional composting facilities to support local organic waste composting, collaborating and partnering regionally on household hazardous waste programs and drop-off sites, potential opportunities for landfill sharing and access, as well as exploring the potential local for waste to energy partnerships. So many of these areas for collaboration could be further explored through the development of a combined waste management master plan. And this could identify priorities for joint services. Committee received that report and recommend the members of the Committee of Practice be encouraged to provide updates to their municipal member councils, and that based on council feedback, the Committee of Practice also identify priorities for collaborative and shared services with respect to waste collection. With respect to the list, so the committee then did a brainstorming activity where members identified some potential shared services that could be explored further. And they went through an exercise to start to prioritize some of those opportunities. So some of the opportunities that were identified by the committee: waste management, staffing, including areas of retention and skills development, procurement services, policies and standards, physician recruitment, services such as wastewater and water, equipment sharing and leasing of fleet, building inspection services, centralized tax collection, as well as information systems. The committee discussed and participated an exercise to determine which of the above categories the committee would like to see further information on. And so they went through a prioritization exercise and they determined the top three as staffing, waste management, and physician recruitment as potential areas to focus on. Committee then passed a motion directing staff to provide a report back to the Joint Missile Services Committee, providing some initial information on those identified services at the next meeting. And the next meeting has been scheduled for September 26th. The committee was interested in hearing any initial feedback that council may have with respect to that shared service list, as well as the top three priority areas that were identified by the committee. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'll put it out. Or let's begin with the deputy warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Randy, it mentions in the report that the committee discussed increased usage of incinerators in Ontario. Where's that happening? To my knowledge, there hasn't been an incinerator built in Ontario in decades, but I'm just curious to know. Please.
Through you, Warren Mattress, and that might have been a typo or miscommunication in terms of incinerators. The incinerator discussion is definitely becoming more prevalent just based on overall landfill capacity throughout the province. What was identified at a recent conference that staff were able to attend was noting that collectively overall in landfill capacity across the province, there's less than 10 years of landfill capacity. And as we all know that in order to get to an approval of a new landfill site, it takes many, many years. So in terms of the words that were expressed at that conference in terms of waste management becoming a potential crisis, that was definitely expressed as part of that conference, just based on overall landfill capacity. Through that, there was discussions about looking at other opportunities in order to how we deal with this waste. Beyond diversion, which should be our number one, is we still have some waste that we need to potentially get rid of. And there was concerns at that time too, that if the border was closed off to be able to ship any waste south into the States, what does that look like in terms of then that crisis now becoming even more of a crisis? And so looking for those other alternative measures in order to how we manage our overall waste. So although there's not incinerators that I'm aware of at this stage, there are others that are looking at potential incineration as an option if and when we might get to some of those situations that I just described.
Okay, other questions? Okay, there we go. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Warden. And thanks, Randy, for the update. I'm just wondering, the waste, I think it was a couple of years ago that county council asked to look at, the joint waste situation. Really not heard anything in the last 2 years until today. So is the group making much progress, and why aren't we hearing anything at a lower tier level? We're having to make decisions around waste management on a regular basis, and it would be nice to have that input and to know where that direction possibly might be leading. Thank you.
Through you, Warren Mattress. And so this was actually our first update to be able to provide, and we provided through the Joint Missile Services Committee because we've identified it as based through that community practice, an area of potential collaboration and sharing of services. So that report that was presented to the Joint Missile Services Committee captured basically all the information that's been generated and collected over the past couple of years with respect to that committee and that group. We started initially with just doing a kind of a state of the nation in terms of what does our existing waste management processes and systems look like across Grey County. So we've captured all that information into a report, as well as identifying what are those potential areas of collaboration. So that report that was presented to the Joint Missile Services Committee is a summary of all that work. If for those that haven't reviewed that report, I'd encourage members to review that. And we're happy to, if council is interested in hearing an overall presentation about that report, we're happy to share the presentation that was provided to the Joint Missile Services Committee. It's, as noted, there's already collaboration happening in your own municipality in Chatsworth. Councillor Mackey is sharing landfill space with your neighbors to the south in Grey Highlands. Municipalities are sharing leaf and yard waste. Municipalities are already sharing household hazardous waste days. So there's already collaboration happening. And the Waste Management Committee of Practice has identified some further opportunities for collaboration. And I think this is where the Joint Missile Service Committee said, let's look into this a little bit further. So that's why it became one of their top 3 in terms of digging into some of this, some of those opportunities further. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing any further hands. In that case, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, CAO. Okay, so at this point in time, then we are now at item 8, which is closed meeting matters. It's recommended that the committee of the whole does now go into closed session pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to discuss 1, labor relations or employee negotiations regarding QP 1530, and 2, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose regarding Board of Health membership. And this was added to the agenda on August 13th, 2025. So with that, I will ask for a mover. It's moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Pringle, and all those in favor. Okay, so we thank you. That motion is carried. We will now do the switch over with the people in the room and the technology.